Krishna, who is known as Govinda, is the supreme Godhead. He has an eternal blissful spiritual body. He is the origin of all. He has no other origin, and he is the prime cause of all causes. The spiritual place of transcendental pastimes of Krishna is portrayed in the second verse. The super excellent station of Krishna, which is known as Gokula, has thousands of petals and a corolla like that of a lotus sprouted from a part of its infinitary aspect, the whole of the leaves being the actual abode of Krishna. The whole of the transcendental lotus is a realm wherein dwells Krishna. It is a hexagonal figure, the abode of the indwelling, predominated and predominating aspect of the Absolute. Like a diamond, the central supporting figure of self-luminous Krishna stands as a transcendental source of all potencies. The holy name, consisting of 18 transcendental letters, is manifested in a hexagonal figure with sixfold divisions. The whole of that eternal realm Gokula is the hexagonal abode of Krishna. Its petals are the abodes of gopis, who are part and parcel of Krishna, to whom they are most lovingly devoted and are similar in essence. The petals shine beautifully like so many walls. The extended leaves of that lotus are the garden-like Dhama, that is spiritual abode of Sri Radhika, the most beloved of Krishna. The surrounding external plane of Gokula is described in this verse. There is a mysterious quadrangular place named Shvetadipa surrounding the outskirts of Gokula. Shvetadipa is divided into 4 parts on all sides. The abode of Vasudeva, Sankarshana, Pradyumna and Aniruddha are separately located on each of the 4 parts. These 4 divided abodes are enveloped by the fourfold human requirements such as piety, wealth, passion and liberation, as also by the 4 Vedas, which Rig, Sama, Yajur and Atharva, which deal with the mantra and which are the basis of achievements of the fourfold mundane requirements. 10 tridents are fixed in 10 directions, including the zenith and nadir. The 8 directions are decorated with the 8 jewels of Mahapadma, Padma, Shanka, Makara, Kachapa, Mukunda, Kunda and Nila. There are 10 protectors, Dikpalas, of the 10 directions in the form of mantra. The associates of the hues of blue, yellow, red and white, and the extraordinary potencies bearing the names of Vimala, etc., shine on all sides. The Lord of Gokula is the transcendental supreme Godhead, the own self of eternal ecstasies. He is the superior of all superiors and is busily engaged in the enjoyment of the transcendental realm and has no association with his mundane potency. Krishna never concerts with his illusory energy. Still her connection is not entirely cut off from the absolute truth. When he intends to create the material world, the amorous pastimes in which he engages by consulting with his own spiritual potency, Rama, by casting his glance at the deluding energy in the shape of sending his time and energy, is an auxiliary activity. The secondary process of association with Maya is described. Rama Devi, the spiritual chit potency, beloved consort of the Supreme Lord, is the regulatrix of all entities. The divine plenary portion of Krishna creates the mundane world. At creation, there appears a divine halo of the nature of his own subjective portion, Swamsha. This halo is divine Shambhu, the masculine symbol or manifested emblem of the Supreme Lord. This halo is a dim twilight reflection of supreme eternal effulgence. This masculine symbol is the subjective portion of divinity, who functions as progenitor of the mundane world, subject to supreme regulatrix, Niyati. The conceiving potency in regard to mundane creation makes her appearance out of the supreme regulatrix. She is Maya, the limited, non-absolute Apara potency, the symbol of mundane feminine productivity. The intercourse of these two brings forth the faculty of perverted cognition, the reflection of the seed of the procreative desire of the Supreme Lord. All offspring of the consort of the great Lord Maheshwara of this mundane world are of the nature of the embodiment of the mundane masculine and feminine generative organs. The person embodying the material causal principle, viz., the great Lord of this mundane world, Maheshwara Shambhu, in the form of the male generating organ, is joined to his female consort, the limited energy Maya, as the efficient causal principle. The Lord of the world Mahavishnu is manifest in him by his subjective portion in the form of his glance. The Lord of the mundane world Mahavishnu possesses thousands of heads, eyes, hands. He is the source of thousands of avatars in his thousands of subjective portions. He is the creator of thousands of individual souls. The same Mahavishnu is spoken of by the name of Narayana in this mundane world. From that eternal person has sprung the vast expanse of water of the spiritual causal ocean, the subjective portion of Sankarshana, who abides in Paravayoma. The above Supreme Purusha, with thousands of subjective portions, reposes in the state of divine sleep, Yoga Nidra, in the waters of the spiritual causal ocean. The spiritual seeds of Sankarshana, existing in the pores of skin of Mahavishnu, are born as so many golden sperms. These sperms are covered with 5 great elements. The same Mahavishnu entered into each universe as his own separate subjective portions. The divine portions that entered into each universe are possessed by his majestic extension, that is, they are in the eternal universal soul Mahavishnu, possessing thousands of heads. The same Mahavishnu created Vishnu from his left limb, Brahma, the first progenitor of beings, from his right limb, and from the space between his 2 eyebrows, Shambhu, the divine masculine manifested halo.
Function of Shambhu in relation to jivas. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Which page?
30.
This function of Shambhu in relation to jivas is that this mundane universe, enshrining the mundane egotistic principle, has originated from Shambhu. Thereupon, the same great personal Godhead, assuming the threefold forms of Vishnu, Prajapati, and Shambhu, entering into the mundane universe, plays the pastimes of preservation, creation, and destruction of this world. This pastime is contained in the mundane world, hence it being perverted, the Supreme Lord, identical with Mahavishnu, prefers to consort with the goddess Yoga Nidra, the constituent of his own spiritual chit potency, full of the ecstatic trance of the eternal bliss appertaining to his own divine personality. When Vishnu, lying in the ocean of milk, wills to create this universe, a golden lotus springs from his navel pit. The golden lotus with its stem is the abode of Brahma, representing Brahmaloka or Satyaloka. Before their conglomeration, the primary elements in their nascent state remained originally separate entities. Non-application of the conglomerating process is the cause of their separate existence. Divine Mahavishnu, primal Godhead, through association with his own spiritual chit potency, moved Maya, and by the application of the conglomerating principle, created those different entities in their state of cooperation. And after that, he himself consorted with Yoga Nidra by way of his eternal dalliance with his spiritual chit potency. By conglomerating all those separate entities, he manifested the innumerable mundane universes and himself entered into the inmost recess of every extended conglomerate, Virad Vigraha. At that time, those jivas who had lain dormant during the cataclysm were awakened. Welcome, Charlene. Page 36, verse 21.
The same jiva is eternal and is for eternity and without a beginning, joined to the Supreme Lord by the tie of an eternal kinship. He is transcendental spiritual potency. Read the next verse?
Yeah, read 5, the next 4 verses.
The divine lotus, which springs from the navel pit of Vishnu, is in every way related by the spiritual tie with all souls, and is the origin of four-faced Brahma, versed in the 4 Vedas. On coming out of the lotus, Brahma, being guided by the divine potency, turned his mind to the act of creation under the impulse of previous impressions. But he could see nothing but darkness in every direction. Then the goddess of learning, Sarasvati, the divine consort of the Supreme Lord, said thus to Brahma, who saw nothing but gloom in all directions, O Brahma, this mantra, namely, Kum Krishnaya Govindaya Gopijana Vallabhaya Swaha, will assuredly fulfill your heart's desire. O Brahma, do thou practice spiritual association by means of this mantra, then all your desires will be fulfilled.
Brahma, being desirous of satisfying Govinda, practiced the cultural acts for Krishna in Goloka, the Lord of Svetadipa, for a long time. His meditation ran thus: There exists a divine lotus of 1,000 petals, augmented by millions of filaments, in the transcendental land of Goloka. On its wall there exists a great divine throne, on which is seated Krishna, Sri Krishna, the form of eternal effulgence of transcendental bliss, playing on his divine flute, resonant with the divine sound, with his lotus mouth. He is worshipped by his amorous milkmaids with their respective subjective portions and extensions, and also by his external energy, who stays outside, embodying all mundane qualities. Then Gayatri, the mother of Vedas, being made manifest, that is, imparted by the divine sound of the flute of Sri Krishna, entered into the lotus mouth of Brahma, born from himself through his 8 ear holes. The lotus-born Brahmas, having received the Gayatri, sprung from the flute song of Sri Krishna, attained the status of Tice-born, having been initiated by the supreme primal perceptor God himself. Enlightened by the recollection of that Gayatri, embodying the 3 Vedas, Brahma became acquainted with the expanse of the ocean of truth. Then he worshipped Sri Krishna, the essence of all the Vedas, with this hymn: I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, the first progenitor, who is tending the cows, yielding all desire, in abodes built with spiritual gems, surrounded by millions of purpose trees, always served with great reverence and affection by hundreds of thousands of Lakshmis or Gopis. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is adept in playing on his flute, with blooming eyes like lotus petals, with head decked with peacock's feather, with a figure of beauty tinged with the hue of blue clouds, and his unique loveliness charming millions of cupids.
I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, round whose neck is swinging a garland of flowers, beautified with the moon locket, whose 2 hands are adorned with the flute and jeweled ornaments, who always revels in pastimes of love, whose graceful 3-fold bending form of Sham Sundara is eternally manifest. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, whose transcendental form is full of bliss, truth, substantiality, and is thus full of the most dazzling splendor. Each of the limbs of that transcendental figure possesses in himself the full-fledged functions of all the organs, and eternally sees, maintains, and manifests the infinite universes, both spiritual and mundane. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is inaccessible to the Vedas, but obtainable by pure, unalloyed devotion of the soul, who is without a second, who is not subject to decay, is without a beginning, whose form is endless, who is the beginning and the eternal Purusha, yet he is a person possessing the beauty of blooming youth. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, only the tip of the toe of whose lotus feet is approached by the yogis who aspire after the transcendental, and betake themselves to pranayama by drilling the respiration, or by the jnanis who try to find out the non-differentiated Brahman by the process of elimination of the mundane, extending over thousands of millions of years. He is an undifferentiated entity, as there is no distinction between potency and the possessor thereof. In his work of creation of millions of worlds, his potency remains inseparable. All the universes exist in him, and he is present in his fullness in every one of the atoms that are scattered throughout the universe at one and the same time. Such is the primeval Lord whom I adore.
I adore the same Govinda, the primeval Lord, in whose praise men, who are imbued with devotion, sing the mantra suktas told by the Vedas, by gaining their appropriate beauty, greatness, thrones, conveyances, and ornaments. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, residing in his own realm, Goloka, with Radha, resembling his own spiritual figure, the embodiment of the ecstatic potency, possessed of the 64 artistic activities, in the company of her confidants, Shakis, embodiments of the extensions of her bodily form, permeated and vitalized by his ever-blissful spiritual rasa. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is Sama Sundara, Krishna himself with inconceivable, innumerable attributes, whom the pure devotees see in their heart of hearts with the eye of devotion tinged with the salve of love. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who manifested himself personally as Krishna and the different avatars in the world in the forms of Rama, Nrsimha, Vamana, etc. as his subjective portions. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, whose effulgence is the source of the non-differentiated Brahman, mentioned in the Upanishads, being differentiated from the infinity of glories of the mundane universe, appears as the indivisible, infinite, limitless truth.
I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is the absolute substantive principle, being the ultimate entity in the form of the support of all existence, whose external potency embodies the threefold mundane qualities, with Sattva, Raja and Tamas, and diffuses the Vedic knowledge regarding the mundane world. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, whose glory ever triumphantly dominates the mundane world by the activity of his own pastimes, being reflected in the mind of recollecting souls as a transcendental entity of ever blissful cognitive rasa. Lowest of all is located Devi Dhama, the mundane world. Next above it is Mahesh Dhama, abode of Lord Mahesh, and above Mahesh Dhama is placed Hari Dhama, abode of Hari, and above them all is located Krishna's own realm named Goloka. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who has allotted the respective authorities to the rulers of those graded realms. The external potency Maya, who is of the nature, the shadow Chit potency, is worshipped by all people as Durga, the creating, preserving and destroying agency of this mundane world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in accordance with whose will Durga conducts herself. Just as milk is transformed into curd by the action of acids, but yet the effect curd is neither same as nor different from its cause with milk, so I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, of whom the state of Shambhu is the transformation for the performance of the work of destruction.
The light of one candle, being communicated to other candles, although it burns separately in them, is the same in its quality. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who exhibits himself equally in the same mobile manner in his various manifestations. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who, assuming his own great subjective form, who bears the name of Shesha, replete with the all-accommodating potency, and reposing in the causal ocean, with the infinity of the world in the pores of his hair, enjoys creative sleep, yoga nidra. Brahma and other lords of the mundane worlds, appearing from the pores of hair of Mahavishnu, remain alive as long as the duration of one exhalation of the latter, Mahavishnu. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, of whose subjective personality Mahavishnu is the portion of portion. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, from whom the separated subjective portion Brahma receives his power for the regulation of the mundane world, just as the sun manifests some portion of his own light in all the effulgent gems that bear the names of Surya, Kanta, etc. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, whose lotus feet are always held by Ganesh upon the pair of tumuli protruding from his elephant head, in order to obtain power for his function of destroying all the obstacles on the path of progress of the three worlds.
The three worlds are composed of the 9 elements, namely fire, earth, ether, water, air, direction, time, soul, and mind. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, from whom they originate, in whom they exist, and into whom they enter at the time of the universal cataclysm. The sun, who is the king of all the planets, full of infinite effulgence, the image of the good soul, is as the eye of this world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in pursuance of whose order the sun performs his journey, mounting the wheel of time. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, by whose conferred power are maintained the manifested potencies that are found to exist of all virtues, all vices, the Vedas, the penances, and all jivas, from Brahma to the meanest insect. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who burns up to their roots all fruitive activities of those who are imbued with devotion, and impartially ordains for each the due enjoyment of the fruits of one's activities, of all who walk in the path of work, in accordance with the chain of their previously performed works, no less in the case of the tiny insect that bears the name of Indragopa than in that of Indra, king of the Devas. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, the meditators of whom, by meditating upon him under the sway of wrath, amorous passion, natural friendly love, fear, parental affection, delusion, reverence, and willing service, attain to bodily forms befitting the nature of their contemplation.
I worship that transcendental seat known as Shvetadipa, where as loving consorts, the Lakshmis in their unalloyed spiritual essence practice the amorous service of Supreme Lord Krishna as their only lover, where every tree is a transcendental purpose tree, where the soil is the purpose gem, all water is nectar, every word is a song, every gait is a dance, the flute is the favorite attendant, the effulgence is full of transcendental bliss, and supreme spiritual entities are always enjoyable and tasty, where numberless milk cows always emit transcendental oceans of milk, where there is eternal existence of transcendental time, who is ever present and without past or future, and hence is not subject to the quality of passing away even for the space of half a moment. That realm is known as Gokula only to a very few self-realized souls in this world. On hearing these hymns containing the essence of the truth, the Supreme Lord Krishna said to Brahma, Brahma, if you experience the inclination to create offspring by being endowed with real knowledge of the glory of Godhead, listen, my beloved, from me to this sign set forth in the following 5 shlokas. With the pure spiritual experience, when the pure spiritual experience is excited by means of cognition and service, bhakti, super excellent unalloyed devotion characterized by love for Godhead, is awakened towards Krishna, the beloved of all souls. The highest devotion is attained by slow degrees by the method of constant endeavor for self-realization with the help of scriptural evidence, theistic conduct, and perseverance in practice. These preliminary practices of devotion, sadhana bhakti, are conducive to the realization of loving devotion than whom there is no superior well-being, who goes hand in hand with the attainment of the exclusive state of supreme bliss, and who can lead to myself.
Abandoning all meritorious performances, serve me with faith. There's only 2 more verses. The people of the world act ceaselessly in pursuance of some ideal. By meditating on me by means of those deeds, one will obtain devotion characterized by love in the shape of the supreme service. Listen, O Vidhi, I am the seed, that is, the fundamental principle of this world of animate and inanimate objects. I am Pradhana, the substance of matter. I am Prakriti, material cause, and I am Purusha, efficient cause. This fiery energy that belongs specially to the Brahman, that inheres in you, has also been conferred by me. It is by bearing this fiery energy that you regulate this phenomenal world of animate and inanimate objects. Hare Krishna. So today is a special day, is the appearance day of Srila Prabhupada's guru, Om Vishnupad 108, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Prabhupada. And so we'll be staying here and reading from his biography, Bhakti Siddhanta's biography, until noon, and then offering Pushpanjali. But first we just read the English from this translation by Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati of Brahma Samhita, and now we'll stand and we'll recite the Sanskrit before the deities. And please, the way I do it, especially when we get to the Govinda prayers, Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami, the cadence that I like to use is that each 4-line verse is in 2 couplets. So there's a pause between the couplet. So it's not just even the whole way through. If you follow me, we'll do it nice and slow, and we'll try to do it all like in a harmonious, coordinated, like a chorus for their lordships, Sri Sri Radha Madana Mohan. Which one? Did you get it? Did you get? You didn't get all your 9 volumes?
Oh, is there 9?
It's 9 volumes, so you're going to get a box that has 9 volumes. And can you stay today until noon? So when the other devotees come, we'll make sure we get you your box. Yeah, so that is one of the volumes. This is Madhya Leela Volume 1.
I thought it was just one book.
Yeah, no, it's that's why it's that was why it was $100. Yeah, it's 9 volumes. It comes in 3 parts. There's Adi Leela, which is the early pastimes of Lord Chaitanya, and then and the Adi Leela of Chaitanya Charitamrita has a lot of really good philosophical discussion of the theology of Lord Chaitanya. And then there's Madhya Leela, which are the middle pastimes, and then there's Antya Leela, which is the concluding pastimes in Jagannath Puri. So it's a really wonderful book. You're going to be amazed. It's very, very deep. It's like Srila Prabhupada said that the Srimad Bhagavatam is like the postgraduate study of the Bhagavad Gita, and the Chaitanya Charitamrita is like a postgraduate study of Srimad Bhagavatam. So it's kind of very high literature. It tells you all about Lord Chaitanya. Ishvarak Parama Krishnaha Sachidananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govindaha Sarva Karana Karanam Sahasra Patra Kamalang Gokulakyang Mahatpadam Tat Karnikarang Tadhama Tad Anantangsha Sambhavam Karnikarang Mahadyantrang Shatkonang Vajrakilakam Shadanga Shatpadisthanam Prakritya Purushena Cha Premananda Mahananda Rasena Vasthitam Hiyat Jyoti Rupena Manuna Kama Bijena Sangatang Tat Kinjalkang Tadang Shanang Tatripchanishyamapi Chaturasrang Tat Paritaha Shweta Dvipakyam Adbhutam Chaturasrang Chaturmurtesh Chaturdhama Chatushkritam Chaturbhik Purushartaischa Chaturbhir Hetubhir Vritam Shulair Dashabhiranadham Urdvadho Dikpadikshvapi Ashtabhir Nidhibhir Jushtam Ashtabhik Siddhibhistata Manurupaischa Dashabhir Dikpalaik Parito Vritam Shamair Gauraischa Raktaischa Shuklaischa Parshadarshabhahi Shobhitang Shaktibhistabhir Adbhutabhik Samantataha Evang Jyotirmayo Devaha Sad Anandak Parat Paraha Atma Ramasya Tasyasti Prakrityana Samagamaha Mayaya Ramamanasya Naviyogasthaya Saha Atmana Ramaya Reme Tyaktakalang Sisrikshaya Niyatik Sarama Devi Tatpriya Tatvashang Tada Talingang Bhagavan Shambhur Jyoti Rupak Sanatanaha Ya Yonik Sapara Shaktihi Kamo Bijang Mahadharehe Linga Yonyatmika Jata Ima Maheshwari Prajaha Shaktiman Purushak Soyang Linga Rupi Maheshwaraha Tasmin Navirabhu Linge Mahavishnur Jagatpatihi Sahasra Shirsha Purushaha Sahasrakshak Sahasrapat Sahasrabahur Vishvatma Sahasrangshak Sahasrasuhu Narayanaksa Bhagavan Apastasmat Sanatanat Avirasit Karanarno Nidhik Sankarshanatmakaha Yoga Nidrangatas Tasmin Sahasrangshak Swayang Mahan Tadroma Bilajaleshu Bijang Sankarshanasya Cha Haimanyandani Jatani Mahabhuta Vritani Tu Pratyandam Evam Ekangshad Vishati Swayam Sahasramurdha Vishvatma Mahavishnu Sanatanaha Vamangad Asrijad Vishnung Dakshinangad Prajapating Jyotirlingamayang Tambhum Kurcha Deshadavasrijat Ahankaratmakang Vishwang Tasmadetad Vyajayata Atataistrividhair Veshair Leelam Udvahatakila Yoga Nidra Bhagavati Tasya Shri Riva Sangata Sisrikshayang Tato Nabhes Tasya Padmang Vaniryayo Tannalang Hema Nalinam Brahmano Lokamadputam Tatvani Purva Rudhani Karanani Parasparam Samavaya Prayogachcha Vibhinnani Pritak Pritak Chitchaktya Sajjamanota Bhagavan Adi Purushaha Yojayanmaya Devo Yoga Nidrama Kalpayat Yojayitva Tutanyeva Pravivesha Swayanguham Guhang pravishte tasmingstu jivatma pratibudhyate sanityo nitya sambandhak prakritischa paraivasa evang sarvatma sambandhang nabhyang padmang harer abhut tatra brahma bhavad bhuyash chaturvedi chaturmukhaha sanjato bhagavat shakya tatkalang kilachotitaha sisrikshayang mating chakre purva sanskara sanskritaha tatarsha kevalang tvantang nanyat kim api sarvataha uvacha puratas tasmai tasya divya sarasvati kama krishnaya govinda he gopi jana ityapi vallabhaya priya vahner mantrang te dasyati priyam tapastvang tapa etena tapasidhir bhavishyati ata tepe sasuchirang prinan govindam avyayam shweta dvipa pating krishnam golokastang paratparam prakritya gunurupinya paryupasitam sahasradala sampanne koti kinjalka bringhite bhumishchintamani tatra karnikare mahasane samasinang chidanandang jyotirupang sanatanam shabda brahmamayang venung vadayantam mukhambuje vilasinika navritang swairang shairabhishtutam Ata venu ninadasya traimurti mayi gatihi spuranti praviveshashu mukhabjani swayam bhuvaha gayatrin gayatas tasmad adhikatya sarojajaha sanskritaschadi gununa dvijatam agamatataha traya prabudhota vidhir vijnata tattvasagaraha tushtava veda sarena stotrena ninakeshavam Chintamani prakara sadma sukalpa vriksha laksha briteshu surabhirabhipalayantam Lakshmi sahasra shatasang brahmasevya manang govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Venum kwananta maravinda dalaya taksham barhavatang samasitam buddhasundarangam Kandarpakoti kamani abhishesha shobhang govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Alola chandra kalasadvanamalya vangshi ratnangadang pranaya keli kalavilasam Shamang tribhanga lalitang niyata prakashang govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Angani yasya sakalendriya vritti manti pashyanti panti kalayanti chirang jaganti Chinmaya sarujvala vigrahasya govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Advaitam achyutam anadimananta rupam madhyang purana purushang navayauvanang cha Vedeshu durlabham adurlabham atma bhaktau govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Pantastu koti shatavatsara sampragamyo vayuratapi manaso munipungavana Sopyasti yat prapadasimnya vichintya tattve govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Ekopya saurijayatung jagadanda koting yachchaktirasti jagadanda chayayadantaha Andantarastha paramanu chayantarastam govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Yad bhava bhavi tathiyo manujasta taiva samprapya rupa mahimasana bhushaha Suktair yameva nigamak pratitaikstubanti govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami Ananda chinmaya rasa pratibhavitabhis tabhirya eva nijarupataya kalabhihi Goloka eva nivasatya kilatma bhuto Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Premanjanachurita Bhakti Vilochanena Santak Sadaiva Hridayeshu Vilokayanti Yang Shama Sundaram Achintya Gunaswarupam Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Ramadi Murti Shukalani Amena Tishtan Nanavatara Makaror Bhuvaneshu Kintu Krishna Swayang Samabhavat Paramak Pumanyo Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Yasya Prabha Prabhavato Jagadanda Koti Koti Shvashesha Vasudhadi Vibhuti Pinnam Tad Brahma Nishkalamanantamashesha Bhutang Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Maya Hiyasya Jagadanda Shatani Sute Traigunya Tad Vishaya Veda Vitayamana Sattvabalambi Parasatvang Vishuddha Sattvang Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Ananda Chinmaya Rasatmataya Manaksu Yak Praninang Pratipalan Smaratam Upetya Lilayatena Prapanani Jayatya Jasram Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Golokanamni Nijadhamni Tanecha Tasya Devi Mahesha Haritama Suteshu Teshu Te Te Prabhava Vinitani Vitashyena Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Stiti Pralaya Sadhana Shakti Rekha Chayeva Yasya Bhuvanani Bibharti Durga Ichchanurupam apiyasya chacheshtate sa Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Kshirang yathatati vikara vishesha yogat sanjayate nahitatak pratak asti hetoho yaksham bhutam apitata samupaiti karyad Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Diparchireva hita shantaram abhyupetya dipayate vivrita hetu samana dharma yastadrigeva hicha vishnu taya vibhati Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Yahkaranarna bhajale bhajati sma yoga nidramananta jagadanda saroma kupaha Adhara Shaktim Avalambya Parang Swamurtin Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Yasya Eka Nishvasita Kalamatavalamya Jivanti Loma Vilaja Jagadandanatha Vishnur Mahansa Iha Yasya Kala Vishesho Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Bhasvanya tashma sakaleshu nijeshu tejak swiyankiyat prakatayat yapitad vadatra brahmaya esha jagadanda vidhana karta Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Yat pada pallava yugang vinidhaya kumbha dvandve pranama samaye saganadhi rajaha Vignad vihantu malamasya jagatrayasya Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Agnir mahika ganamambu muruddishascha Kalastatatma manasiti jagatrayani Yasmad bhavanti vibhavanti vashanti yangcha Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Yat chakshuresha savita sakala grahanam Raja samasta suramurti rashesha tejaha Yasyagyaya pramati sanghritakala chakro Govindamadi Purusham Tamahang Bhajami. Dharmota papa nichaya shrutayastapangsi Brahmadikita patagavadayascha jivaha Yaddatta matra vibhava prakata prabhava Govindamadi Purusham tamahang bhajami. Yastvindra gopamatavendra mahosvakarma bandhanurupa palabhajana matanoti karmani nirdahati kintu cha bhakti bhajang govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Yang krodha kama sahaja pranayadi piti vatsalya moha guru gaurava sevya pavahi sanchintya tasya sadrishing tanamapurete govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Govindamadi purushang tamahang bhajami. Shriya kantaha kantaha parama purusha kalpataravo Druma bhumis chintamani ganamayi toyamamritam Kathaganang natyang gamanam api bangshi priyasakhi Chidanandang jyotik paramapi tadasvadyam api cha Sayatra kshirabdhik sravati surabhibhyascha sumahan Nimeshardhakyo vavrajati nahi yatrapi samayaha Bhaje shvetatwipang tamaham iha golokamitiyam Vidantaste santakshiti virala chara katipaye Atovacha mahavishnur bhagavantang prajapatim Brahman mahatva vijnane prajasarge cha chenmatihi Pancha shloki mimang vidyang vatsatattang nibodhame Prabudhe jnana bhakti bhyam atmanyananda chinmayi Udeti nutama bhaktir bhagavat prema lakshana Pramanai sat sadacharai sad abhyasai nirantaram Bodhayan atmanatmanang bhaktim apyutamang lapet Yasyak shreyas karang nasti yaya nibritam apnuyat Ya sadhayati mameva bhakting tameva sadhayet Dharmananyan parityajya mamekang bhaja vishvasan Yadrishi yadrishi shraddha siddhir bhavati tadrishi Kurvan nirantarang karma loko yam manuvartate Tenaiva karmana dhyayan mang parang bhaktamichati Aham hi vishvasya characharasya bijang pradhanang prakritik pumangscha Maya hitang teja idang bibharshi vidhe vidhehi twamato jaganti Ishvarak parama krishnaha sachidananda vigraha Anadiradir govindaha sarva karana karanam Iti Shri Brahma Sanghita Sampurnam Hari Om Jai Shri Shri Radha Madana Mohan. Hare Krishna. So today is Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur Prabhupada's appearance day, very auspicious day. It was Bhakti Siddhanta who gave Srila Prabhupada the order to preach Krishna consciousness in the English language, and sent Srila Prabhupada in this way overseas, eventually to New York, where Prabhupada started this International Society for Krishna Consciousness that has brought the message of Krishna to millions of people, and hopefully will bring to billions of people. And I think for Bhaktisiddhanta's appearance day, we should read the foreword of this book. Bhaktisiddhanta was an autodidact, that is, he taught himself. He was a genius, and he taught himself all about he educated himself about everything while he was very young. And he taught himself to speak English. He was like a dictionary. He used and he tried to find very precise words in English to explain difficult concepts. But I was interested when I read this. We have this biography that we'll be reading from today, Bhakti Siddhanta Vaibhava, by His Holiness Bhakti Vikash Swami. Very nice book. And it says that even when speaking Bengali, which was, I suppose, his native tongue, his father was Bengali, although he was born in Jagannath Puri, that even in speaking Bengali, people had difficulty understanding him. He was a deep philosophical thinker, and he expressed difficult points. In fact, he praised Srila Prabhupada one time, saying that other people go away. People may not understand me and go away from my lecture. But he noted Prabhupada, he said, he may understand or not understand, but he stays and listens. So he said that was a good quality. So I'm reading from the foreword. It's page Roman numeral 19 in the beginning of this book. And this is Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur writing in English. The materialistic demeanor cannot possibly stretch to the transcendental autocrat, who is ever inviting the fallen conditioned souls to associate with him through devotion or eternal serving mood. So, right away, the first sentence is action-packed. The transcendental autocrat is Krishna, and being transcendental, he's inconceivable to us. And he's saying the materialistic demeanor, that's our sort of nature, right? Our state of mind. We have this demeanor. One time I was admitted to practice law in front of the U.S. federal court in, I think it was the Northern District of Texas, and they made me take an oath, and they said I had to swear that I would demean myself as an attorney. And I thought it was very funny because demean can mean also, it can mean how you behave, your demeanor, how what your behavior is. But to demean can also mean to debase or to degrade oneself. So I swore to demean myself as an attorney. But the materialistic demeanor cannot possibly stretch. That means from our materialistic state of mind, we may want to find out the truth, as Lord Brahma did by crawling all over the universe, climbing down the stem of his lotus flower. We may try to find out the truth by speculation and philosophy and science, experiments and so forth. But we can't understand Krishna that way. But yet, Krishna, who's transcendental, he's inviting us to associate with him. How? Through devotion or eternal serving mood. So this very first sentence is very rich, very dense, full of important ideas. We can't understand Krishna by philosophy, but we can understand him, or we can associate with him at his invitation through serving, devotional, eternal serving mood. The phenomenal attractions are often found to tempt sentient beings to enjoy the variegated position which is opposed to undifferenced monism. So, monism is the theory that there's only one thing. In the Western philosophy, monism is the theory that there's only matter. The dualism is the idea that we have to understand, we can't understand ourselves as conscious beings. If you've heard of René Descartes, he said, "I think, therefore I am." He was trying to explain what the soul was. And he was saying that, I can doubt the existence of my hands, the things that I see in front of me, the objects. I might think that I'm being illusioned, but I can't logically doubt that I exist as a cognizant entity. And so this is how in his philosophy he made this dividing line in Western philosophy, that he thought that things that we could see and touch, the phenomena of our senses, they were extended and they moved and they could be apprehended through mathematical science. And whereas our own existence as conscious beings was something different. So there had to be another substance, a soul, which was which by its nature was non-material. It didn't have these. Couldn't be comprehended through mathematical, science, because it wasn't extended. It wasn't three-dimensional and so forth. And or the soul or the mind, in his philosophy, was somehow joined to the body. And then in Western philosophy, there was people arguing about, whether we could explain how that soul existed within the body and how it was joined to the body, and so forth. So in Western philosophy, for example, when I used to hang around in the stacks in libraries and look at different old magazines and things, and one famous old magazine, philosophical magazine in the early 20th century, late 19th century, was called The Monist. This is Western monism. And the idea of the monist was that people were deciding that we can do away with this concept that there's a soul altogether, and we can just explain everything in terms of matter. This is really the popular theory among the big university departments around the world, or it's one prominent theory that we will be able to explain all phenomena, including consciousness, in terms of our physics and chemistry and advancement of material science. But in Vedic philosophy and in Vedanta, the monist is the school, the Advaita school, which says that there is only one thing. It's all spirit. It's God, that one absolute truth, which is indivisible, inconceivable, can't be perceived with our senses, is all-pervading, is eternal, and is perfect, and we are that same thing, right? We feel ourselves as being different. I feel myself as being different from this table or this chair, but when it comes down to it, the chair I'm sitting on, the table, the words coming out of my mouth, everything is made ultimately of this one substance, Brahman, and we are also that Brahman, and therefore all is one. That's the undifferenced monism. But he's saying here that phenomenal attractions are found to tempt sentient beings. So phenomenal attractions mean that which we experience with our senses. In Kantian philosophy, right, the word phenomenal was there, and I think Bhakti Siddhanta may be taking it more. Kant coined these terms, phenomenal and noumenal, or numinous, and then Hegel took them further. I think that Bhakti Siddhanta was referring here more to the Hegelian terms of phenomenal and numinous. But anyway, he's saying that we become attracted by the variety of things we can perceive with our senses. And as you'll find later in this work, he's saying that actually the real spiritual existence, the real absolute truth, transcendental existence also is full of variety. But it's transcendental variety. It's a different kind of variety from the mundane variety in which we're wrongly trying to exploit the world. People are so much apt to indulge in transitory speculations even when they are to educate themselves on a situation beyond their empiric area or experiencing jurisdiction. So again, we're trying to understand God, and he's beyond our jurisdiction because he's transcendental to our phenomenal experience. That is what Hegel would say. He's numinous. There are things that we can't perceive, we can't ever know, because we're limited beings. We have a categorical imperative. That is, we perceive the world through senses, and the senses themselves are limited. So we can't perceive things as they really are, the thing in itself. We only perceive the phenomena that they project. The esoteric aspect often knocks them to trace out immanence in their outward inspection of transitory and transformable things. So immanence is the idea that God is all-pervading. Immanence means that in everything, God is. There's these two concepts, transcendence and immanence. And Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati has famously written that the absolute truth, the personality of Godhead, is transcendent and immanent. But in theology, some traditions try to emphasize that God is nothing like anything in this world. For example, in Islam, the Orthodox Sunni mullahs will say, you can't make a picture even of the Prophet, let alone of God. God has no form. He's completely inconceivable to us. He's not like something of this world. Whereas the Sufi Muslims are more like the monists, the Vedic monists. They see that God is present everywhere in everything. That anything you see, in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, I am the light of the sun, I am the light of the moon, I am the taste of water, I am the syllable Om. So this is an expression of his immanence, that because everything is coming from his energy, and his energy can't be considered separate from him. It's identical to him. Everything that's resting on him reminds us of him, belongs to him, is his. Then we can perceive him in his creation like that. So that's immanence. So the esoteric aspect. Esoteric is that which is secret, only known to a few initiates. It knocks them, that is, it motivates them to trace out immanence in their outward inspection of transitory and transformable things. This impulse moves them to fix the position of the immanent to an indeterminate impersonal entity, no clue of which could be discerned by moving earth and heaven through their organic senses. So what he's talking about is impersonalism. That this is the approach. This is the approach of. It's all right. I got it. This is the approach of those of us who try to, because Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna, in the second chapter, Krishna explains the subject matter of Bhagavad Gita, of yoga, but he explains it in a not very well organized way. So Arjuna doesn't really completely understand it at first, or at least for our benefit, he presents himself as not completely understanding it. But Krishna is telling him that there's a spiritual nature, and that only those who can control their senses and not let their mind be attracted to sense enjoyment can have fixed intelligence, and then they can have real peace. And Krishna calls this Buddhi Yoga. By dedicating, he says, Tani Sarvani Sangyamya Yukta Asita Matparaha, that they should fix all of their senses on meditation on Krishna, Matparaha, become dedicated to me, and then they can control their senses, their intelligence can be fixed. So then Arjuna says in the beginning of the third chapter, well, then why are you telling me to engage in war? Right? Because Arjuna had proposed, it would be better to live by begging in the forest than to kill my relatives, my friends, my teachers, my mentors, my grandfather Bhishma. That would be sinful, and that would cause bad things in human society, and I won't do it. But now I'm confused. I surrender to you. I want you to instruct me and become my guru. I'll become your disciple, and you can tell me what my duty actually is. So then Krishna tells him, your duty is to fight. Don't be a weakling. Get up there and fight. But then he starts explaining about this spiritual practice. So Arjuna asks him in the beginning of the third chapter, well, if you say that it's better to be intelligent than to be involved in fruitive work, then why are you telling me to fight? Wasn't I right? Why shouldn't I just go to the forest and sit and meditate? And Krishna says, no, you misunderstood. I already told you there's two kinds. In the beginning he was telling about the philosophical distinction of the soul from matter, and then he started talking about Buddhi Yoga, controlling the senses, in which he said that one should dedicate one's senses in meditation on Krishna. So Krishna says, I've already told you before, there's two kinds of determinations of spiritualists in this world, and one kind, the Sankhis, the Jnanis, they engage themselves in trying to puzzle out and understand the absolute truth through philosophy and science and reason, empirical observation. Hare Krishna. So, welcome Bindya. We're just talking about how today is the holy appearance day of Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati, and he wrote in English even in Bengali he spoke in very difficult, abstruse language. So we're reading an introduction from him that he wrote to this book Brahma Samhita. Thanks, I can do it. And he's talking about how people who are trying to understand the absolute truth on their own are sometimes led to try to think that it must be something impersonal. And I was talking about how in the 3rd chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna tells Krishna, first of all, you tell me that I should be, fixed in my intelligence should be fixed, and I shouldn't be out trying to actively enjoy my senses through fruit of work. But yet you're telling me to fight the war. Why is that? It seems inconsistent to me. And Krishna tells Arjuna, no, you haven't understood. I already told you there's two basic kinds of determinations of spiritual practice, spiritual aspirants. And one kind, the Jnanis, they try to understand the truth through Sankhya, through analyzing spirit and matter philosophically. And another kind, the yogis, they understand by engaging their senses in dedicated action, action of devotion. So he starts to explain that there. So Bhakti Siddhanta is saying that the Jnanis will try to understand the absolute truth as something formless and impersonal. And now he says, the lines of this booklet will surely help such puzzled souls in their march toward the personality of the immanent, lying beyond their sensuous gaze of inspection. So even though Krishna is immanent, that is, he's present everywhere, like he says, I am the light of the sun and the moon, I am the taste of water. He also says all the great things, the beautiful and astounding things that you see in nature, the Himalayas, the ocean, of the sages, I am, of the priests, of the demigods, I'm Brihaspati, and of the sages among the demigods, I'm Narada, and of the generals, I'm Kartikeya. And he's explaining like this, that all the greatest of everything, of the siddhas, I'm Kapila, and of the pitris, I'm Aryama, of the humans, I'm the king, and of the secret things, I'm silence, and of sacrifices, I'm japa. And he explains all these things, how he is everything, because he's present everywhere, because it's all resting on his energy. He says it's all these beautiful and magnificent creations are but a spark of my splendor. With just a tiny fragment of my energy, I pervade and sustain the entire manifestation. So he's immanent in that sense. He's present, but he's also personality, toward the personality of the immanent, lying beyond their sensuous gaze of inspection. The very first stanza of this publication will revolutionize their reserved ideas when the nomenclature of the absolute truth is put before them as Krishna. We're on Roman numeral 19. Where the is put before them as Krishna. The speculative mind would show a tendency of offering some other attributive name to designate the unknown object. They will prefer to brand him by their experience as creator of the universe, the entity beyond phenomena. The entity beyond phenomena would be what? A Hokshaja, right? The creator of the universe. I'm trying to think of a name of Krishna that means creator. Can anyone tell me a name of Krishna that means creator of the universe? Vishvarupa would be the form of the universe. Vishvashrija. I don't know. But anyway, these are names. People will use names that describe him, their theoretical understanding of him. Far off the reference of any object of nature and void of all transformation. So they will urge that the very foundation should have no conceivable designation except to show a direction of the invisible and inaudible, untouchable, non-fragrant, and imperceivable object. But they will not desist from contemplating on the object with their poor fund of experience. The interested inquirer will be found to hanker after the records left by erudite savants to incompatible hallucinative views of savage demonstration. In comparing the different names, so the erudites of I'm not even sure I get what the interested inquirer will be found to hanker after the records. So hallucinative views of savage demonstration. I don't know where he's getting at with that. Maybe we'll find. Not persecution. He's saying that when we're trying to understand God as speculators, we'll try to find names instead of using the name Krishna, which means how beautiful and attractive he is as the greatest lover, really. We'll try to find more abstract names like that: the inconceivable, the all-pervading, the eternal, the creator, the greatest. Allah means the greatest. Jehovah means I am that I am. There are these different names. But he's saying, but they still, even though they're trying to stretch after something that they can't see, they want to find, some description of him by someone who's a savant, someone who really knows. But then why he says savage demonstration?
He says what they will prefer is the records left by erudite savants to the incompatible hallucinatory, which comparing, like they will prefer this rather than the savage destruction, like some incorrect or something.
So they will prefer records left by erudite savants. They will hanker after the records left by erudite savants. So you're saying that means they'll prefer them to the incompatible hallucinative views of savage demonstration.
Comparing that, basically, like the interested people will use that rather, like for the example, like the Bhagavatam and devotees, rather than some incomprehensible something.
So I mean, if I can,
yeah.
I think one of the words
Please use the microphone because we're broadcasting.
Oh yeah, okay. So I mean, one of the words which kind of stands out to me very easily, and I guess that's what the Brahma is. Brahma. Essentially the energy which is the creator of this universe. And as I see it, if we are our mind, intelligence, and our soul, the mind will need words, images, to try and understand. The intelligence will analyze it, will want to be subjecting our mind to different aspects of details. But when you come out of all of those, and you start experiencing or feeling God from your heart and soul, that's where you need to reach.
Yes.
So what he's trying to say is, don't get lost in words, descriptions, images. You need those initially to kind of bring your mind to an attention to something. Mm-hmm. Because your mind cannot see, because God is unseen. Mm-hmm. And yet he's seen in everything. Mm-hmm. So, but the mind, because it's so full of itself, it's ego mind. It cannot see anything beyond himself. Mm-hmm. So you start with looking at a picture and then dissociating with yourself and saying, okay, this is God. But it is, but it's much more. Mm-hmm. And then he said, okay, rise from this picture, and he says with the yoga, okay, I'm also the sun, the moon. Now expand.
Yes. Yeah.
Expand. Now expand more, universe.
Yeah.
So then you go away from your mind and the intelligence which is kind of giving you details. You know what? And how about this? How about this? He says, forget that and now experience. Because I am everywhere, in everything.
And that experience is through devotion. Like he said, you came in before the first sentence.
Okay.
But the first sentence he said, you came in after that sentence. But he said, the materialistic demeanor cannot possibly stretch to the transcendental autocrat.
Yes.
Who is ever inviting the fallen conditioned souls to associate with him through devotion or eternal serving mood.
Right.
So that's how we can actually really experience God, is not through our speculations with our ego mind, but through actual devotional service. Right.
And that comes from the heart. You don't need thoughts for it. You don't need images for it. It just sinks into your heart and your soul, and the soul is so connected.
This poem is, you mentioned Brahma, and of course there's Brahman, the absolute, non-dual energy, which is consciousness, which is all-pervading, which is what we are. But there's also Brahma, the person, who is the creator, the Prajapati, who created all of the generations of the different. He created Manu, and he created, and he sits on a lotus flower. He's known as Swayambhu because he doesn't have a mother and father. He's just born from the flower that's growing on the navel from the navel of Vishnu. And this is Brahma Samhita. This I don't know if have you ever read this book, Bindya?
No, I haven't read this book, but I have seen serials, shows. On Brahma and on Vishnu, Shiv, the whole.
You should take a copy of this today. What we do is every Saturday morning, we start at 7:30 and we read the English. It's one chapter, a beautiful Sanskrit poem, and it describes the creation of the universe, and it describes Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva and everything, and how Brahma, on being born, he comes out of the lotus and he sees nothing but darkness in every direction, and then he's confused. And then Saraswati comes and tells him a mantra. Kling Krishnaya Govindaya Gopi Janavalabhaya Swaha. And she tells him to practice meditation by this mantra, and then all of his desires will be fulfilled. So he begins chanting this mantra and meditating on Krishna in his abode known as Goloka, where there are cows, and as you'll see at the end of the poem, he writes this beautiful poem explaining everything. And there's a part of it, and then we recite it in Sanskrit. It goes, like it has verses like Yat Pada Pallava Yugang Vinithaya Kumbha Dvandve Pranama Samaye Saganati Rajaha Vignan Vihantu Malamasya Jagatrayasya Govindamadi Purushang Tamahang Bhajami. From verses 29 through 55, every verse has that meter and it ends in that Govindamadi Purushang Tamahang Bhajami. So they have Lord Brahma, the God Brahma, from Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. He's making this meditational prayer about Krishna in Goloka. This particular verse is about Lord Ganesh. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, whose lotus feet are always held by Ganesh upon the pair of tumuli. Those are these little bumps. Tumuli are actually, I looked it up, I tried to figure out what is tumuli, because it doesn't have anything in zoology, they don't say anything about tumuli on elephants' heads. But they're like burial mounds, and so they're little circular protrusions from the earth that are found by archaeologists from different cultures. They have burial mounds called tumuli. So apparently on the head of an elephant there's bumps, and so I used to think, it must be tusks, but it isn't tusks. So Ganesh is holding the lotus feet of Govinda on his head in order to obtain power for his function of destroying all the obstacles on the path of progress of the three worlds. Just a second, let me finish. So after he gives this whole description like that, he has one last verse. Huh? Yeah. So he finally says on page 10, that was just one example that I read of, how the verses go. But I want you to turn to 103, where he sort of sums up at after those verses that end Govindamadi Purushang Tamaham Bhajami, Lord Brahma sums up his hymn by saying, I worship that transcendental seat known as Shweta Dvipa, where as loving consorts the Lakshmis, in their unalloyed spiritual essence, practice the amorous service of the Supreme Lord Krishna as their only lover, where every tree is a transcendental purpose tree, where the soil is the purpose gem, all water is nectar, every word is a song, every gate is a dance, the flute is the favorite attendant, effulgence is full of transcendental bliss, and the supreme spiritual entities are all enjoyable and tasty, where numberless milk cows always emit transcendental oceans of milk, where there is eternal existence of transcendental time, who is ever present and without past or future, and hence is not subject to the quality of passing away, even for the space of half a moment. That realm is known as Goloka only to a very few self-realized souls in this world. So he's describing the kingdom of God in this way, as being beyond mundane time, which has past and future. There nothing decays, and everything is full of life and but it's full of variety. It's full of goddesses of fortune who are existing there as Krishna's milkmaids, and they're serving him with amorous affection and stuff. So this is this beautiful hymn. You should get one today and take it. The language is a little bit like abstruse, because he's being very precise and he's being very. And when the devotees, when they ask Prabhupada, you can read in the introduction by Shubhananda Das, the devotees who asked Srila Prabhupada for permission to publish this in English, and they wanted to edit it. And Prabhupada said, don't change anything. Because he was the language is very difficult, but if we tried to put it in other words, we might miss something important. So he only allowed them to change that the words that were written in Devanagari, sometimes throughout the text there were words in Devanagari. He said, okay, you can put them in transliteration into Roman alphabet and stuff, but you have to... even sometimes the grammar and some of the sentences are run-on sentences and stuff, but we have it this way, and we're honoring the author today, Bhakti Siddhanta, who wrote this in English. And let's just finish this paragraph. In comparing the different names offered by different thoughts of mankind, a particular judge would decide in favor of some nomenclature which will best suit his limited and specific whims. The slave mentality of an individual will no doubt offer invective assertions to the rest, who will be appealing to him for a revelation of his decision. To remedy this evil, the hymns of the accepted progenitor of the phenomena, that is Brahma, Lord Brahma, would do great help in taking up the question of nomenclature, which is possessed of adequate power to dispel all imaginations drawn out of their experiencing the phenomena by their tentative exploitations. So in other words, from the very beginning of this book, it says, Ishvarak Parama Krishna, Satchit Ananda Vigraha, Anadir Adir Govinda, Sarva Karana Karanam. So he's giving us the name Krishna. He says this is the most complete, the better name. That's not a name that's based on someone who's trying to understand God through speculation, reaching up, who might want to say, well, the source of all phenomena, the cause of, like Aristotle says, the primal cause. There has to be a prime mover, an unmoved mover, So he's saying that here too, Sarva Karana Karanam, the cause of all causes. But he's giving us the name, Krishna, Govinda. So that's what Bhakti Siddhanta Maharaj, I think, is saying in this very rather difficult language, very philosophical and precise language. So, any more discussion before we go on to the next?
I had a quick request if you could enlighten us about this aspect, because I kind of came across this in another, by the words of another spiritual master, and I just wanted to see what you think about it. So, Gita lays out for us the Gyan, Dhyan, Bhakti, and Karma yogas as the 4 paths to unite with the Almighty God. And this individual was, and I'm sure there must be some truth in it, but I wanted to see what you think. He brought to light that the Rasa Leela, or the love dance that Krishna enjoyed with the gopis, was because the rishis, the saints, before God was born again as Krishna, he had to take a human form to reveal to the world. That's what Krishna is, because he's God, but he's had to take a human form to show us the path. The rishis who had spent years and years in trying to attain union with God, they had kind of secluded themselves and gone into a yogic union by Gyan, Dhyan, and had missed out on the bhakti aspect, love, because they were just kind of solitude by themselves. And since they were so dear to God, they were allowed to come back as gopis to enjoy that bhakti and love with Lord Krishna. And this was kind of a new revelation to me, and I wanted to see what you have to say.
Yes, the acharyas who are the bhakti acharyas, because as you say, Bhagavad Gita talks about dhyan, it talks about, but when it talks about dhyan, at the end of the chapter 6, Krishna says that the greatest yogis, the most intimately united with me, are those who worship me with great faith, Shraddhavan Bhajate Yomam. In other words, the bhaktas. And when he talks about Gyan also, he talks about how that the path of Gyan and the path of dedicated karma yoga are not really separate paths. They're like 2 sides of the same coin. That one who achieves success in one will achieve the results of both. That ultimately they lead us to bhakti. And then in the 12th chapter, which is the Bhakti Yoga chapter, when Arjuna asks him specifically which is better, the meditation on your impersonal form or dedication to you in bhakti, because Krishna had already just said at the end of chapter 11, he had showed the universal form, but then Arjuna was disturbed and wanted to see him again in the 4-handed form, and then he came in the 4-handed form and finally back in his 2-handed beautiful human form as Krishna, which is an eternal form. Krishna says, even the demigods are always hankering to see this form. It's very rarely seen. So it's not that Krishna has some other form and then he assumed a human form as Krishna because that's the only way to make himself seen here. But actually when he came here, he came in his most beautiful human-like form from his own eternal planet in this way. Not as Vishnu with a conch shell and a club and a disc. Sometimes he would manifest that. But the mood of the devotees who love Vishnu in that way is more reverential. But the mood of those like Arjuna, who were his intimate friends, they like to see him. In fact, when Arjuna was seeing him in his universal form, he apologized. He said, in the past, out of madness or love, I said, Govinda, my friend, come here, sit with me. And I joked with you, and even maybe I insulted you in front of other people, making fun of you and stuff. And now I feel like, I shouldn't have done that. You're the actual... But Krishna said that this beautiful human... Haribol, Ramananda Saka has returned from India. Hare Krishna. You gave me this garland, I didn't even notice that. Wait a minute, you're back already. How was your trip to Mayapur? Get a microphone. And where else did you go? I'll get to answer your question, Bindya. I won't forget.
I went to both the Jagannath Puri and Mayapur. However, the yatra is only to Mayapur. In
Give
Mayapur,
us some highlights. What was the most? What made a great impression on you?
Everything. in Mayapur, we had a very good schedule every day. During the morning hours, we go and see different places. And evening hours, we just hear and chant. But when we go out and see places also, all the time, hearing and chanting is constantly going on while traveling, while in the bus, or while we are there at that place. Lecture is about that place and the pastimes that took place at the place where we went. So overall, from the morning until the evening, the vibration is constantly going on.
Did you, while you're chanting japa all the time while the bus was going for 2 or 3 hours somewhere?
No. The chanting japa we finish in the morning. And while we travel in the bus, there is a Harinam party going on. So we just participate in the Harinam. We carried these portable speakers with us wherever we go.
Tell us about one place that you visited, one specific deities.
We visited in Mayapur, we visited the Yoga Pit. That's the place where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was born. We visited the Srivasanga. That's where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had pastimes of his Sankirtan pastimes before he went public. We visited the Surabhi Kunj. That's the Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Bhajan Kutir. We went to Shantipur and went to the house of Advaita Acharya.
Did you go there on the Madhavendra Puri's day when they feed everyone? No?
No,
Okay.
I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
You would know if you did. Once a year, ISKCON, or there's a tradition that's been going on for hundreds of years, but they've now given it over to ISKCON, where they... Hare Krishna, do you have to go? Or maybe a phone call?
Yes.
Okay, Hare Krishna. And they, all the villagers from all around there, they come there and they get feasted with khichdi and stuff once a year in honor of the disappearance day of Madhavendra Puri, who came in. He was the guru of Advaita Acharya. And anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we went to Jajpur also, where we saw the deities of Lord Jagannath, Balaram and Subhadra. There they fed us with 56 offerings.
That's the little temple, like just a couple miles from the Mayapur, huh? From ISKCON Mayapur.
Correct. Apparently every day they cook 56 offerings.
You can walk there. You walk through the Muslim villages and stuff back there.
Yes.
Did you walk there, or did you?
Yeah, we walked there, and wherever we walked, the houses which were there, those people, the ladies, they come out outside, some running actually, and then they participate. They say they wave their hands and do Harinam whenever we pass by them.
Oh, did they say Hare Krishna?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yes.
But they're Muslim families, right?
I don't know which families they are. Some dance also.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So we took a bath in Ganges also.
Well, anyway, Bindya was asking about whether the rishis actually participated in the rasa dance, and the fact is that they did. There were different. There are many different groups of gopis. Some of them are eternally already Krishna's gopis in the spiritual world, and they come with him, eternally liberated. People that never were separate from his loving devotional service, like Lalita and Vishaka and Radharani. It's not that they were once sages and then they became Radharani or something like that. Radharani is they're the other half of Krishna. They're part of the same Godhead. The predominant, as Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur teaches us to say in this book, the predominating and predominated aspect of the Supreme Lord, or the predominated moiety. Moiety means that one half of half of a village or half of a whatever. So she's the predominated moiety, and he's the predominating moiety of the one Godhead. So, but there were different groups of gopis that took birth there. Some of them were sadhana siddhis that were gaining perfection at that time. One group was the Vedas personified, the Upanishads. There's Swarga Loka where there are, Indra and so many great demigods and stuff. But even above Swarga Loka, there are the planets like Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Siddhaloka, where there are Upadevatas, and rishis reside there, like the four Kumaras, and they are the personified Vedas. They are the, especially the Upanishads and the philosophical parts of the Vedas exist as great sages that are higher than demigods and things like that. And another group of sages that were able to enter the rasa dance and become gopis during Krishna's Leela were some sages that lived in the forest, the Dandakaranya forest, and they practiced dhyana and meditation and philosophical speculation for many, many years to attain spiritual perfection. And then Lord Rama came during this Treta Yuga, and they were able to see the beautiful form of Sita, Ram, Lakshman, and they were going through there. And these sages felt so attracted to his beauty. Their bhakti like that was awakened, and they wanted to have a relationship with him in a loving way like that. But they were sages. How could they? So they took birth as gopis when he came as Krishna, and they danced in the rasa dance with Krishna. But the idea is that in the 12th chapter, when Krishna talks about bhakti, Arjuna asks which is better. Because at the end of the 11th chapter, when Krishna again shows the beautiful human-like form to Arjuna, and Arjuna says, "Oh, now my mind is at peace, and now I'm very happy to see you this way," then Krishna says, this form can only be seen by unalloyed devotion. This is bhaktya tvananyaya shakya aham evang vidhorjuna yatung drashtung cha tatvena praveshtung cha parantapa. This is the only way you can see this form of mine, is if you have pure devotion. So then Arjuna asks Krishna, well, which is better, those who worship you in your unmanifested form, or those who practice bhakti yoga and worship you in devotion? And Krishna says, bhakti is better. He says that right away. That, in my opinion, is that those who worship me in bhakti are more intimately united with me in yoga than those who approach me philosophically or meditating me in an impersonal way. And then he says, but those who worship the impersonal, the unmanifested, by being equally disposed to all, controlling all the senses, being engaged in the welfare of all, and meditating me in this way, at last they will attain me. But it's very difficult, he said. It's the for one who's embodied, klesho dikitaras sham avyakta sakta chetasam avyakta hi gatir dukham dehavadbir avapite. So he said, it's not. We have so many learned sage devotees here that learn all the verses. So he said that it's for those who are embodied, it's very difficult to concentrate on something that's beyond our conception like that, in that way. Then he says, but those who do worship me as my personal form, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they constantly meditate on me in this way, and they offer everything to me with love. They fix their intelligence on me. He says, for them, I'm the swift deliverer from the ocean of death. Mrityu sangsara. Bhavami nachirat partha. He says, it doesn't take long. If you become a devotee, it's the easy path. It's a very quick path. Of course, Prabhupada says, sometimes people denigrate. Oh, well, that's the easy path, so that's for the Shudras and the women and stuff, and we're the great Brahmana rishis and stuff. We can do the hard. He says, but if it's the easy path, why don't you do it too? It's easy. But he says the fact is, it's not really that easy to actually do it right, to follow all the rules and regulations, and, it's easier to do the Ashtanga yoga practice. Even Arjuna was daunted, right? When Krishna explained Dhyan yoga, he said you have to go live in a secluded place, and you have to sit on an asana that has a deer skin and a soft cloth, and it's not too high or too low, and you have to sit with your head and neck erect, and you have to keep your eyes concentrated at the base of your nose, and not be deviated or distracted by anything, and you have, and you have to, fix your attention. Wherever your mind starts to wander, you have to pull it back until you can gradually, Shanai Shanai Ruparatam Mansyante. You have to gradually fix yourself in samadhi in this sort of mechanical way. Whereas by devotion, samadhi becomes more easy. The same samadhi has to come there. It isn't easy. It isn't some simple path, really. To do it right isn't some simple path. There are some people who do it cheaply, or they just, But to actually really chant japa with full concentration means you should chant in such love that samadhi really comes. Your mind becomes very, very attached, and it's not deviated to anything. And it's easier to avoid deviation and to have that kind of concentration if you have bhakti. And that's the goal. Ultimately, the goal of all of this is to get bhakti. And Prabhupada points out in the 6th chapter also that Patanjali, the sage who's in charge of the yoga darshan of Vedic philosophy, also says that in that state of samadhi, as Krishna says, one enjoys perceiving the Absolute through transcendental senses. It's not that the senses go away, it's that you have purified transcendental senses in which you can actually experience a great kind of happiness of perceiving the Absolute Truth. In this case, mostly those Ashtanga yogis approach the Lord in His form as Paramatma, the super soul in everyone's heart. But higher than that, or better than that, more full than that, is when the devotees approach Him as Bhagavan, who they have a personal relationship with. And so those sages in the forest wanted to have this personal relationship where they could dance with Him. Okay, so they could see Him in their meditation, how He was in everyone's heart and how He was regulating the whole universe. Nothing was happening without His sanction. He was witnessing everything, and He's the supreme controller. But then they wanted to dance with Him. They saw Him walk past them as Rama, and they thought He's so beautiful, and they wanted to dance with Him. So then they got the opportunity when He came as Krishna to have that experience of that loving relationship like that.
Thank you so much for explaining it so beautifully. I mean, while you explained it, one could feel and see that, and as if you're a part of that gathering, you could almost get that sense that you were there, and you can experience that love. Yeah, yes, and and I think we as people in Grihastha ashram, unlike the sannyasis, best benefit by the bhakti part. Because, for Gyan and Dhyan, you have to kind of take time aside and read, or Dhyan, you have to kind of take it aside. And you bring bhakti into your heart, and as a screen saver in your mind, or associating your love of God with each breath, you can do your work that you are supposed to in your Grihastha ashram, the 1,001 chores a day that you are attending to, and yet be in continuous bhakti with God. Yeah. So I think the beauty of the bhakti yoga is just amazing, and thank you for taking the time to explain it so beautifully.
Krishna never told Arjuna to become a sannyasi. He told Arjuna to do his duty as a grihastha kshatriya, as a military hero, a general, and fight this battle. Then later, we're reading that part of the Bhagavatam now, in the first canto of the Bhagavatam, because the Sutta Goswami is building up to explain how Parikshit Maharaj, Arjuna's grandson, heard this great scripture taught to him by his guru Shukadeva Goswami after he had been cursed to die. So that part it tells about. Right now we're reading how Yudhishthira Maharaj, after the battle of Kurukshetra, after spending time with Krishna, following the battle, after going with Krishna to see Bhishma Dev, who was still on the battlefield, waiting to leave his body, waiting till Krishna came in front of him, and Bhishma Dev instructed Yudhishthira about running the kingdom before. He was waiting also for the sun to start its northward journey after the winter equinox before he left his body. He had that power to die whenever he wanted, even though he was full of arrows there. And so Narada told the Pandavas that you should rule the kingdom until Krishna departs, and then you can renounce everything. So now this is the part of the Bhagavatam where we will read this morning. That's a good segue. I think we'll sing a song and we'll start the Bhagavatam class. But we're reading that part of the Bhagavatam where the Pandavas learn that this chapter that we're reading is called Disappearance of Lord Krishna, I think, right? And then the next chapter, because we read Dhritarashtra quits home, and now we're reading Disappearance of Lord Krishna, and the next chapter will be the Pandavas retire timely. So they waited until Krishna departed, then they departed, and then Parikshit Maharaj, then we'll read about how Parikshit Maharaj governed the kingdom. But the Srila Prabhupada always only exclusively taught pure devotional service. He said, if you can practice pure devotional service, you won't be deprived of all the jnana, all the detachment, vairagya, all the other things. They come automatically. Liberation, right, moksha. There's a devotee, I think it's Bilvamangal Thakur, isn't it? We have this book here. Let me look that verse up. He said that when I'm practicing devotional service, liberation is standing at my doorway with folded hands, waiting to serve me. Let me see if that's... I want to find that verse, because I was thinking about it the other day, and I couldn't find this book in my home. Let's see. How would I look it up? I look up, there's an index, there's a subject index, so let me look up liberation. Who's going to get it first? Living entity, liberation. Stands at door with folded hands. Bilva Mangal Thakur, page 412. The prize goes to Ramananda Saka. Bhakti Stvayi Stiratara Bhagavan Yadi Syad Daibena Nak Palati Divya Kishora Murti Muktih Swayang Mukulitanjali Sevate Sman Dharmartha Kama Gatayah Samaya Pratikshaha. If I am engaged in devotional service unto you, my dear Lord, then very easily can I perceive your presence everywhere. And as far as liberation is concerned, I think that liberation stands at my door with folded hands, waiting to serve me. And all material conveniences of dharma, religiosity, artha, economic development, and kama, sense gratification, stand with her. So, Srila Prabhupada was always encouraging that if we could really get that real bhakti, unalloyed bhakti, unalloyed, he used that word, not mixed with some material motives or anything, then we shouldn't be afraid that we would be missing out on moksha, what to speak of dharma, artha, kama. Everything would be, these are the four purusharthas, right? Yeah. That you have your occupational duty, and you have economic development facilities, and you have material enjoyment of your senses, satisfaction of your desires, and ultimately you have freedom from the cycle of samsara, of repeated birth and death, and having to take birth again and experience so much misery, like blazing fire. But then above all those stands the fifth purushartha, which is bhakti, prema bhakti.
So this is three. The fourth one is which one you said? Fifth? You said fifth purushartha?
The fifth purushartha. There's four. The fourth is moksha, which is standing. She's standing at his doorway with folded hands, waiting to serve him. Yeah. So he says, and along with her are dharma, artha, and kama. Okay. But the fifth one is not mentioned in this verse. Well, the fifth one is not mentioned as the fifth purushartha, but it's mentioned that he's engaged in bhakti. That's really the fifth one, according to Lord Chaitanya. That is, that by practicing bhakti, like it says in Srimad Bhagavatam, Vasudeve Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojitaha Janayat Yashu Vairagyam Jnanam Chayat Ahaitakam. That when one is engaged in devotion to Krishna, then jnana and vairagya automatically appear without separate endeavor. They're like concomitant factors. This is explained in more detail. The idea is that detachment is really, I should say, when you get attached to something else, you're no longer attached. When you attach to something higher, you're no longer attached to something lower. So as we shift our attachment from egoistic life to dedicated life. So there's a verse that Vaishesika likes to quote from the 11th chapter. It's one of the 9 Yogendras is instructing Maharaj Nimi, and he says, Bhakti Pureshanu Bhavo Viraktir Anyatra Chaisha Trika Eka Kalaha Prapadyamanasya Yatashnata Syukh Tushti Pushti Kshudapayo Naghasam. So it's an analogy. And he's saying that one who's prapadyamanasya, those who are surrendering to Krishna in bhakti yoga, they automatically, at one time, they get 3 things at once. Bhakti, or devotion, and spiritual happiness. Pareshanu bhava, they get realization of the absolute truth, gyan, really, full gyan. And virakti ranyatra, they lose their taste, automatically they lose their taste for materialistic enjoyment, of egoistic enjoyment. And he said, this is just like when someone eats. With every bite he takes, he's getting pleasure from the food, he's getting nourishment from the food, and he's also getting relief from his hunger. He doesn't feel hungry that he wants to go get something else. So he said, we can experience it ourselves. This is the point of the verse. Prabhupada often quoted, without quoting the verse, he often said, you don't have to tell a hungry man how he's being satisfied while he's eating. And similarly, if you chant Hare Krishna, you will experience how satisfied you're becoming, how full of happiness, spiritual knowledge, and no longer hankering for unwanted things, dead, pale things that are not related to Krishna. That's the situation of great devotees of Krishna, is that if it's something that's very, ordinarily a person would take it as poison, it's very difficult, very horrible, but if it's for Krishna's service, they immediately accept it. And if there's something that everyone ordinarily would want, as thinking, oh, this is the greatest thing, I would work really hard and struggle to get this thing. But if it's not helpful to Krishna, if it's unfavorable for Krishna, the pure devotees, they automatically reject it. I'm not interested in anything that's not related to Krishna, because it seems pale. Their senses are automatically controlled. The yoga system is for controlling the senses. And then when you can bring them under the control of the mind and intelligence, you can properly engage them in service of Krishna. There's that verse in the 2nd chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Kormonganiva sarvashaha yada sangharita chayam kormonganiva sarvashaha indriyan indriyarte pyas tasya pragya pratishtita. This is when someone can withdraw their senses, like a tortoise can bring his limbs within a shell. When someone can withdraw their senses from the objects like that, then his intelligence is fixed. So what does it mean? Why withdrawing your senses from the objects? When Jayadvaita Swami was here one time, and he said that he was studying spiritual books and everything, but before he read Prabhupada's Gita, he didn't understand. He was thinking, why would he want to withdraw his senses? He said it was like some kind of neurotic tortoise that was afraid or something like that, and he was withdrawing his senses. But Srila Prabhupada explained that what it means is he can extend his senses when he uses them in devotional service, and otherwise he withdraw them. He has no interest in using them in some wrong way. So the yoga process is for controlling the senses and then applying them properly in devotional service. But the bhakti yoga process applies them automatically in devotional service, and you don't have to artificially control the senses, because control of the senses means engaging them in devotional service. They're automatically controlled. Or just like we were reading in the Chaitanya Charitamrita the other day, Srila Prabhupada was saying that chanting Hare Krishna and meditating on Krishna, they're both just as good. But in this age, most people in this planet at this time, it's really hard. Nobody can really meditate, but they should always chant. That's just as good, right? So it's that this is the fruit of meditation is that one starts chanting. So if one can start chanting immediately, and then the meditation will follow. It's all right. At least don't stop chanting. Understood? Yeah. So let's start chanting now. In the songbook, let's today, because it's the appearance of Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati. I think we have in this book the disciplic succession song. It's going to be hard for me to sing it because I can't see that far anymore, whether I have glasses or not glasses. And I don't know anything about this song. Where is it? Ramananda Saka, can you find it for me? It won't be. It will be by other Vaishnavacharyas. Sri Guru Parampara, page 120. So this is a song by Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur. And it's honoring the disciplic succession. And it's a little hard for me to play a drum and have a microphone and be close enough to actually read it, but I'll do my best. Are they gone? Oh, well, I'm glad you brought it. Thank you very much. What will we do? We have to read that book.
And I have to read 5 more cases if someone wants to buy.
Please buy that book. This book is a very special book. How much is it?
$75.
$75 only. This is the biography of the great saint whose appearance day we are celebrating today, Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur, who founded the Gaudiya Math, or this organized institution for spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world. And he was the guru of Srila Prabhupada, and in founding ISKCON and carrying out the missionary activities of ISKCON, Srila Prabhupada was always following the instructions of his Guru Maharaj, Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur. Which brings us to the Sri Guru Parampara. This is the principle of the spiritual life, is that one follows the spiritual master. Krishna hoite chatur mukha hoya Krishna sevan mukha brahma hoite naradera mati. Krishna hoite chatur mukha hoya Krishna sevan mukha brahma hoite naradera mati. Narada hoite vyas madhva kahe vyas dash Purna pragya padmanabha gati. Narada hoite vyas madhva kahe vyas dash Purna pragya padmanabha gati. Nrihari madhava vangshe akshobhya paramahanse shishya boli angikare kare. Nrihari madhava vangshe akshobhya paramahanse shishya boli angikara kare. Akshobhyera shishya jaya tirtha name parichaya taradashe jnana sindhu tare. Akshobhyera shishya jaya tirtha nama parichaya taradashe jnana sindhu tare. We're on page 120, verse number 3. Taha hoite dayanidhi tara dosha vidyanidhi Rajendra hoila tangha hote. Taha hoite dayanidhi tara dosha vidyanidhi Rajendra hoila tangha hote. Tahara kinkara jaya dharma name parichaya parampara jano bhalo mate. Parichaya parampara jano bhalo mate. Jaya dharma dashe kyati shri purushottama jati Tanhate brahmanya tirtha suri. Vyasa tirtha tangra dasha Lakshmi Patta Vyasa Dasha Tanhahate Madhavendra Puri Vyasa Tirtha Tanha Dasha Lakshmi Patta Vyasa Dasha Tanhahate Madhavendra Puri Madhavendra Puri Vara Shishya Vara Shri Ishvara Nityananda Shri Advaita Vibhu Ishwar Puri Ke Dhanna Kori Lena Shri Chaitanya Jagat Guru Gaura Mahaprabhu Mahaprabhu Shri Chaitanya Radha Krishna Nahe Anya Rupa Nuga Janera Jiban Vishwambhara Priyankara Shri Swarupa Damodara Shri Goswami Rupa Sanatana
Vishwambhara Priyankara Shri Swarupa Damodara Shri Goswami Rupa Sanatana
Rupa Priya Mahajana Jiva Raghunatha Hana Tanra Priya Kavi Krishna Dash Krishna Dasha Priyabara Narottama Sheva Para Janra Pada Vishwanatha Ash
Krishna Dasa Priyabara Narottama Seva Para Janra Pada Vishwanatha Ash
Vishwanatha Bhakta Shata Balladeva Jagannatha Tanra Priya Shri Bhakti Vinod Mahabhagavata Vara Shri Gaura Kishora Vara Hari Bhajanete Jnana Mod
Mahabhagavata Vara Shri Gaura Kishora Vara Hari Bhajanete Jnana Mod
Ihara Paramahangsha Gaurangera Nija Vangsha Tandera Charane Mama Gati Ami Sheva Udashina Namete Tridandi Dina Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati
Ami Seva Udasina Namete Tridandi Dina Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati
Shri Varshab Panavidvara Shata Shepya Seva Para Tanhara Dayita Dashanam Tara Pradhana Pracharak Shri Bhakti Vedanta Nama Patita Janete Dayadham
Tara Pradhana Pracharak Shri Bhakti Vedanta Nama Patita Janete Dayadham.
So we sang this song this morning because it was composed by Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur and also because we're worshipping Srila Prabhupada's Param Guru. So this reminds us about the disciplic succession, how there's an unbroken chain of disciples who become the guru of the next generation and are able to transmit the pure spiritual knowledge to their disciples who have qualified themselves through submission and service and dedication. So the perfect disciple then can become the guru of the next generation. So we'll read the translation. Did Damodar Vangshidhar use a microphone because we're broadcasting?
The last one, one which says Bhakti Vedanta Nama. So he's referring to our
Yeah, you'll see
Bhakti.
right before that verse, the 10th verse, it says in square brackets, following the custom of Vaishnava authors, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur has placed his name at the end of the song. To glorify Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati and his beloved disciple Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada as spiritual masters in disciplic succession from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the translators have composed the following verse, which may be substituted for the 9th verse. So we sang both the 9th and the 10th.
But I was just thinking because in manifested presence of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Srila Prabhupada didn't.
Yes, he wasn't the next acharya in the line or something like that. So let's read the song, and then we'll read 9 and 10 with that bearing that in mind. Bhakti Siddhanta didn't write number 10; he wrote number 9. But then the devotees of Prabhupada wrote number 10. That could be. It starts on page 120. Do you want to? Should we go around? I'll read the first one, and we'll go around the room. In the beginning of creation, four-headed Brahma received the science of devotional service from the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. Brahma taught this divine science to Devarshi Narada, and Narada imparted it to Krishna Dvaipayana Vyas. Sripad Madhvacharya, who is also known as Purna Pragya Tirtha, calls himself a servant of Vyas and is the guru and sole refuge of Padmanabha Tirtha.
The two other principal disciples of Madhva are Nirhari Tirtha and Madhava Tirtha. Madhava Tirtha accepted the great Paramhamsa, Akshobhya Tirtha, as a disciple. The principal disciple of Akshobhya Tirtha was known as Jaya Tirtha, serving whom was Jnana Sindhu's only purpose in life.
Thanks.
Jnana Sindhu taught the science of devotional service to Dhyanadhi, whose servant was Vidyanadhi. Vidyanadhi in turn imparted this knowledge to Rajendra Tritha, and he accepted Jnanadharma as his servant. Jayadharma as his servant. In this way, you should properly understand this disciplic succession.
The great sannyasi Sri Purushottama Tirtha received the knowledge of devotional service from Jayadharma. The principal disciple of Purushottama Tirtha was the saintly Subramanya Tirtha, whose servant was the great Vyasa Tirtha. Vyasa Tirtha's servant was Lakshmipati Tirtha, and his disciple was Madhavendra Puri Goswami.
The chief disciple of Madhavendra Puri was Ishvara Puri, and two of his other disciples were the renowned incarnations of Godhead, Sri Nityananda and Advaita Acharya. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the spiritual preceptor of all the worlds, made Ishvara Puri greatly fortunate by accepting him as his spiritual master.
Number 6. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is none other than Sri Sri Radha Krishna and is very life of those Vaishnavas who follow in the footsteps of Sri Rupa Goswami. Sri Swarup Damodar Goswami, Rupa Goswami and Sanatan Goswami have great happiness to Vishwambara, Lord Chaitanya.
Carlos, did you go? You already went? Okay. The great souls, Jiva Goswami and Raghunath Das Goswami, became very dear to Rupa Goswami. Raghunath Das Goswami's beloved student was Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami, who was an intimate friend of Lokanath Goswami. Lokanath Goswami's single disciple was Narottama Das. He always engaged in the service of his guru and was also very dear to Krishna Das Kaviraj. To serve the lotus feet of Narottam Das Thakur was the only desire of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur.
Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur was the instructing spiritual master of Baladeva, Vidyabhushana. Jagannath Dasa Babaji was a very prominent acharya after Sri Baladev, Vidyabhushana, and was the beloved instructing spiritual master of Sri Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Bhaktivinoda Thakur's intimate friend and associate was the eminent Mahabhagavat, Sri Gauda Kishora Dasa Babaji, whose sole joy was found in Hari Bhajan.
All these great saintly Vaishnavas, I'll have to pass this because I didn't get my glasses, I'm sorry.
Paramahamsas, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
All these great saintly Vaishnava Paramahamsas are members of Lord Gauranga's spiritual family. Their lotus feet are my refuge. I am devoid of any real interest in devotional service and am but a poor and lowly Tridandi sannyasi named Sri Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati.
Following the custom of Vaishnava authors, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur has placed his name at the end of this song to glorify Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati and his beloved disciple Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada as spiritual masters in a disciplic succession from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The translators have composed the following verse, which may be substituted for the 9th verse.
The renowned Shri Varshabhanavi Daita Das, Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur, is always engaged in the service of his spiritual master, Srila Gaur Kishore Das Babaji. His foremost disciple preacher is Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who has spread the message of Lord Chaitanya throughout the world and is thus a reservoir of compassion for all fallen souls.
Hare Krishna, Vindhya. Okay, good to see you. We'll talk later by phone, maybe Monday or something. Okay, Hare Krishna. So, Haribol Prabhu, good to see you. Where have you been these days? Did you go down to L.A.? You were working in the film industry or something?
No, actually, I've been here in San Jose for about 2 months.
Oh, well, welcome. I haven't seen you. I only come like once a week to the temple and stuff like that.
I live just like right over there.
And your name again is?
Krishna Sundar.
Krishna Sundar is a musician and likes to glorify the holy names of Krishna. I used to see him all the time while doing book distribution at Santa Cruz. He would be on Pacific Avenue there.
I was stuck there for many years. I finally broke out of that place.
Well, welcome to our Sangha. So we're reading this song because it's Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's appearance day, and this is describing the disciplic succession. I think Damodar Vangshidhari was moved by the humility of Bhakti Siddhanta in the line 9. Do you want to say something about that? Hare Krishna, please come in. Welcome. Good to see you. In the tradition of the song, the poet often includes himself at the end of the song. And as we see in this song, an example of this typical Vaishnava humility, which is so almost heartbreaking. These great personalities, Narottam Das and Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Lochan Das and Govinda Das, and here we see Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, great Mahabhagavats. They present themselves. They actually feel themselves. Oh, I'm very worthless. Krishnadas Kaviraj, we were reading last week, he said, I'm lower than a worm in stool, and even if you say my name, you become sinful. So Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati says, I don't really have any interest in devotional service. Of course, he's this great, magnificent powerhouse of devotional service who has been, spreading the teachings of Lord Chaitanya all over India and even outside of India to Burma, Japan. He sent disciples to England, and he sent Prabhupada to the English-speaking world, and then now it's all over the world. But he's presenting himself.
I was moved by when he said, I am devoid of any real interest in devotional service, and I am but a poor and lowly Tridandi sannyasi. And we all know how...
Yes, this is ecstasy. They really see themselves this way, actually. I don't have any. Lord Chaitanya also, he's God, but he's saying, oh, I don't have any devotion. If I did, how would I be able to eat? How would I be able to breathe? How could I maintain my life in the absence of Krishna? That's what someone who has devotion would be like. Which is interesting. It tells us also, even in our neophyte condition, we can understand that great souls, they magnify the good qualities of others, and they don't want to think of themselves as having good qualities. And if we can think that way and act that way, we find that we can get along very easily with people. People are always fighting. If you go on the internet blogs, like I go on the internet, it's very easy for someone to be offended. What did you say that about me? You must not respect me. But if we follow Lord Chaitanya's formula to amanina manadena, that we don't expect any respect for ourselves, but we're willing to give respect to everyone, then we find life will go on very smoothly. Aside from which, we will learn things, and we will, but in that state of humility, Lord Chaitanya said we'll be able to chant Hare Krishna constantly. So this song is about the disciplic succession, and we see that in this song, Bhakti Siddhanta traces the disciplic succession, in which he's a disciple of Gorakishore Das Babaji. He traces it all the way back to the beginning of creation, when Lord Brahma received spiritual knowledge directly from Krishna himself. And then Lord Brahma gave it to Narada, whose disciple was Vyas, who composed the Srimad Bhagavatam. As we read in Srimad Bhagavatam about Narada Muni's instructions to Vyasadeva. Aside from the Bhagavatam, Vyasadeva composed the Mahabharata and all the Puranas, and divided the Vedas and entrusted them into the different sages for remembering them and preserving them. And then Madhvacharya comes at a much later time in history, but Vyasadeva is still alive. In fact, Vyasadeva is still alive. He's an incarnation of God, and he resides at Badrik Ashram. And of course, you can go to Badrik Ashram. You have to go in the summer when the snows melt, because it's very high up in the mountains, and in the winter it becomes impassable. But Vyasadeva lives up there. He's not manifest to everybody. He reserves the right not to just show himself to everybody who comes there. But Madhvacharya actually went there and became his student. And Madhvacharya was one of the great acharyas of the Vaishnava line, in particular of this Brahma line from Lord Brahma. And he wrote a commentary on Bhagavatam, and he has founded a monastery or math in Udupi in Karnataka. And these are all these sannyasis were the acharyas or the successor heads of that monastery, all the way down. We see all the way down to Madhavendra Puri, which was just before the time of Lord Chaitanya. Madhavendra Puri's disciples included, according to this song, not only Sri Ishvara Puri, who was the guru of Lord Chaitanya, but also Sri Advaita Acharya and Lord Nityananda Prabhu, both of whom were the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And then from Lord Chaitanya we have the 6 Goswamis, and Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, and Narottam Das Thakur. And after Narottam is mentioned Vishwanath Chakravarti. Vishwanath was also another great author who wrote a great commentary on the Bhagavatam. And his disciple was Baladev Vidyabhushana, who was also another great author, and he wrote the Govinda Bhashya commentary on Vedanta Sutra within the Gaudiya Vaishnava line. Lord Chaitanya had not instructed, had not instructed any commentary on Vedanta Sutra, because he said that Srimad Bhagavatam was the commentary, was Vyasadev's own commentary on Vedanta Sutra. But at some point in history, when members of another sect were challenging that the Gaudiya Vaishnavas were not legitimate because they didn't have their own commentary. You know, Ramanujacharya has a commentary, Madhvacharya has a commentary, but the followers of Lord Chaitanya were a little distinct from, even though they come in the line from Madhvacharya, they were a little distinct from the Tattvavadis at Udupi, because they worship Lord Chaitanya as the supreme God. And so then Baladev wrote that commentary. He also, as Vishwanath wrote a commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, so did Baladev. And from Baladev, we skip all the way down to Jagannath Das Babaji. Now, Jagannath Das Babaji was very old at the time of, he lived to be something like 135 years old or something like that. And so he was much older contemporary of Bhaktivinoda Thakur's. And did you go see the Jagannath Das Babaji's samadhi there? Tell us something about it. Ramananda Saka just returned from Mayapur, and so over in Navadvip there's a samadhi temple of Jagannath Das Babaji. What did you think there?
Well, what can I say? We spent some time there, about an hour or so at the ashram, at the Samadhi Sthal, lecturing about the Jagannath Das Babaji's pastimes.
There were paintings all around, weren't there? Like dioramas or something around?
Yeah, I think paintings are there at many places, but I don't specifically remember what paintings were there in the Samadhi place. And
there was a painting about a tiger. I don't remember the story either. Does anyone know the story? That in his older years, Jagannath Das Babaji was carried around in a basket, actually, because he was so old that it was hard for him to walk. Although it's said that when Bhaktivinoda Thakur showed him the birthplace of Lord Chaitanya at Yogapith, he jumped out of the basket and started dancing, saying, "This is it, this is the genuine birthplace of Lord Chaitanya." But there was a story about his servant would carry him in a basket. I remember there was one story about a tiger that the servant was very frightened, but Jagannath Das Babaji wasn't frightened.
I remember something from the lecture that was given at that place. One is that Jagannath Das Babaji once begged a roti from a sweeper.
Begged what?
From a sweeper in Vrindavan. Street sweeper.
A street sweeper?
Yes.
What did he do?
He begged a roti.
He begged one roti from the street sweeper.
Roti means a bread. He begged a bread from a street sweeper. And in India, at that time, even now also, these street sweepers, those are almost considered as untouchable persons, and taking food from them is not appreciated by anyone.
It would destroy your reputation as a member of a higher caste. You could no longer be considered a Brahmin, right?
Yeah. So one person questioned him why he begged roti from a street sweeper, because even Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also, he used to be cautious when he was begging. He used to beg food from respectable Vaishnavas, not just anyone. And in this case, Jagannath Babaji said that was in Vrindavan. He said that in Vrindavan, the dust of Vrindavan is very, whoever has the dust of Vrindavan on his body is the most fortunate person, and who has the more dust on his body than the street sweeper. Another story is that he used to beg, whenever some people used to give him some rupees, rupees. At that time, rupee has got a lot of value. Nowadays, rupee, it doesn't have much value, but it has a lot of value at that time. And so the rupees accumulated over a period of time. At one time, Jagannath Das Babaji asked his disciple, "Okay, open the box and count all the rupees." And he counted all the rupees. He said that it's 200 rupees or something. But Jagannath Das Babaji was blind at that time. He could not see. But he could sense that the disciple was hiding some money. He said, is it really 200 or more? Okay, then the disciple said, okay, 12 more rupees. Then Jagannath Das Babaji said, okay, go buy rasagullas with all this money and feed the cows.
Jai. Rasagullas to the cows, huh? Very nice. Thank you. So from Jagannath Das Babaji, Bhaktivinoda Thakur was his Siksha disciple, and then it says that Bhaktivinoda Thakur's intimate friend and associate was the eminent Mahabhagavat Sri Gaurakishore Das Babaji, whose sole joy was found in Hari Bhajan. And we know that Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur was initiated by and was a devoted disciple of Gaurakishore Das Babaji. Haribol. So let's have the Bhagavatam class today. And we'll try to keep it short, and then we'll read until noon. We'll read about Bhakti Siddhanta from the Bhakti Siddhanta Vaibhavi. Krishna Sundar, have you ever seen this book, Bhakti Siddhanta Vaibhava? Very nice book, huh?
This Bhakti Vikash Swami, I met him one time.
Take the microphone because we're
like.
broadcasting.
Yeah, if you like.
Yeah, because people are listening over the...
Very nice. The wonderful means of modern technology. Thank you for getting me to say something. Please forgive me, I have an ulcer.
Okay.
And sometimes it's hurting.
Do you need some milk or anything? I know it's a fast day, but if you're sick...
No, I'm fine. I'm just trying to say, please forgive me. I'm just trying to hear, but maybe if I say something, I'll feel better.
Yes, John.
So, yes, this Bhakti Vikash Swami, I did some study of his brahmachari book when I was still practicing brahmachari, and I found it very interesting. A few points, but just to keep it simple. One point that he made for brahmachari practice is very profound to me, was this thing about Krishna's eyebrows. I don't really fully understand it, but I had some experiences at the time where they say that brahmacharis meditate on Krishna's eyebrows. Because, as we know, the eyebrows are very powerful, right? Doing something with the eyebrows, can be very influential on other persons. So I started to understand, after some time, looking at the deities and different places I would go and trying to meditate on this, that what he was trying to explain in his brahmachari book, that...
I have that book, but I don't remember about the eyebrows. Now I'm going to go read about the eyebrows.
Yeah. And there's something there. There's some hidden nectar there. I don't quite understand it, but I've had some experience where I was meditating on Krishna's eyebrows and something would start to pull my attention away from meditating on the deity or Harinam Japa or something, and I would think of that, and I would think, and he's looking at me, and he's saying, "Oh, you like something else? You like something else other than me? Well, perhaps you should look again." And I would look again, and I could see, almost like I could see on the deity, his eyebrows are going up and down like this. Yes. You want to try to think of something other than me? See how I have you? See how I have you? Like this.
Very nice.
So very simple, meditation, but it's very profound, actually.
Yeah, I should also add that we shouldn't think that if because we are married, then we have no need for reading about the brahmacharya. Actually, celibacy is required for yoga practice, And even though there's a license in married life to, have progeny, that celibacy, to control your senses, means that even married householders who are controlling their senses are also considered celibate, because they have to control their senses and try to not indulge whimsically. No, don't kill the...
Govinda, 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 Govinda. I usually don't do that, but
Yeah.
it's a roach. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know. Govinda, Govinda.
Okay. All right, Hare Krishna. So, we're going to read from the Srimad Bhagavatam and the chapter number 14, called The Disappearance of Lord Krishna. And the last time we read, because last 2 weeks we had Advaita Acharya's appearance day, and then it seems like it's always falling on a Saturday this year. We had Advaita Acharya's appearance day, and then Lord Nityananda's appearance day, and now we have Bhakti Siddhanta's appearance day.
It's good for public relations.
Hey, Prabhu, speaking about brahmacharya and stuff, I read somewhere that Bhakti Siddhanta was Naishtiki brahmachari his whole life?
Yes.
A vow that him and some other Bhakti brothers of his made, but he was the only one able to keep that vow?
Yes, he and some other young men decided that we will never marry and we will remain celibate all our lives, firmly, like Bhishma Dev, And I think there were like 3 of them altogether, but I'm not sure. He and some friends had made this vow. But of the 3 of them, he kept the vow all his life. Which is a very, very amazing, very strong, very wonderful thing, powerful thing for someone to never have illicit sex their whole life, or never have not even have any married life, or sex in the family. So, the verse today is text number 11, and we don't have it on the board, we don't have it written, so I'll just, we won't make a... Uru, thighs, Akshi, eyes, Bahavaha, the arms, Mahyam, in my, Urvakshi Bahavo Mahyang, Spuranti, quivering, Anga, left side of the body, Punak Punaha, again and again, Spurantyanga Punak Punaha, Vepatuhu, palpitations, Cha, also, Api, certainly, Hridaye, in the heart, Vepatush Chapi Hridaye, Arat, due to fear, Dasyanti, indicating, Vipriyam, undesirables, Aradasyanti Vipriyam, Urvakshi Bahavo Mahyang, Spurantyanga Punak Punaha, Vepatush Chapi Hridaye, Aradasyanti Vipriyam, Urvakshi Bahavo Mahyang, Spurantyanga Punak Punaha, Vepatush Chapi Hridaye, Aradasyanti Vipriyam. Does anyone want to read it? Go ahead, brave darling. It's this one up here, number 11. Yeah, the Sanskrit. And you could pass it around so that others can read too.
Urvakshi Bahavam
Go ahead.
Mayam Spurantyanga Puna Punaha Vepatus Chapi Hridaye Aradasyanti Vipriyam.
Urvakshi Bahavo Mahyam Spuranti Anga Puna Puna Vepatus Chapi Hridaye Arad Dashyanti Vipriyam.
Urvakshi Bahavo Mahyam
It's on, we can hear it.
Spuranti Angapuna Puna Vipathus Chapi Hridaye Aradakshanti Viprayam.
Thank you. Carlos?
Urvakshi bhavo mahyam spurant anga puna punaha vepatush chapihirdaye aradashyanti vripyam.
Urvakshi bahavo mahyam sfurante anga punah punaha vapatus chapi hridaye arad dasyanti vipriyam.
Krishna Sundar, you want to do it? Okay. So, translation: the left side of my body, my thighs, arms, and eyes are all quivering again and again. I am having heart palpitations due to fear. All this indicates undesirable happenings. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. Material existence is full of undesirables. Things we do not want are forced upon us by some superior energy, and we do not see that these undesirables are under the grip of the three modes of material nature. When a man's eyes, arms, and thighs all quiver constantly, one must know that something is going to happen which is undesirable. These undesirables are compared to a fire in a forest. No one goes into the forest to set fires, but fires automatically take place in the forest, creating inconceivable calamities for the living beings in the forest. Such a fire cannot be extinguished by any human efforts. The fire can be extinguished only by the mercy of the Lord, who sends clouds to pour water on the forest. Similarly, undesirable happenings in life cannot be checked by any number of plans. Such miseries can be removed only by the mercy of the Lord, who sends his bona fide representatives to enlighten human beings and thus save them from all calamities. Om Jnana Timarantasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Miditang Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitang Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Svapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalang Shri Gurun Vaishnavangscha Shri Rupang Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Bitang Tang Sajivam Sadvaitam Sabhatutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahakana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitangscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Brindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. We can sing Jaya Radha Madhava. We can have class and then sing Jaya Radha Madhava.
Either way.
All right. And you could lead Jaya Radha Madhava.
I would love to sing some.
Thank you.
That would make me very happy.
We will do it. Done. But let's first talk about this verse and purport. The left side of my body, my thighs, arms, and eyes are all quivering again and again. I'm having heart palpitations due to fear. All this indicates undesirable happenings. So I think I mentioned that when I went to the Vaishnava Institute for Higher Education in 1991, there was a requirement. There was, we could take elective classes, but we had a core curriculum. We had to take Bhagavad Gita class and Srimad Bhagavatam class. And in fact, the chapter we read in Srimad Bhagavatam class was Dhritarashtra Quits Home, the chapter before this one. The class was taught by Arjuna Das, who's now known as Brajabihari Das, and his wife is the president of the Washington, D.C. ISKCON Temple. And it was a very nice class. And what he emphasized for us was that we should read the Bhagavatam on several levels, and we should, of course, pay attention to the point and the point that's being made in the verse and the purport that we're reading. We should also understand what's going on in the chapter that we're reading, the flow of the story, what's going on in the chapter. And also we should understand the whole organization of the Bhagavatam and why this chapter is there and why it fits into the whole canto that we're reading and why the canto is, then placed in that place. Srila Prabhupada says the Bhagavatam is organized so nicely that by proceeding step by step up through the first 9 cantos, the person becomes a God-realized soul, and then they're prepared for the description of Krishna, of his smiling face, which is the 10th canto, the description of Krishna's activities. So, this is Maharaj Yudhishthira, and he's speaking to his brother Bhima, and Arjuna has gone away to visit with Krishna in Dwarka, and Arjuna has stayed away for several months, and he was expected to be back earlier. And then Maharaj Yudhishthira started to notice certain inauspicious signs, and he's talking about how he's noticing inauspicious signs, and he's coming to understand reluctantly, because it breaks his heart to understand that Lord Krishna has left the world and has taken his Yadu dynasty with him. And so this is the mood of the separation that Lord Chaitanya exalted in his explanation of devotional service. That vipralamba, or this feeling of loss in the absence of Krishna's direct presence. This is part of the flowering of love. That part of love is loss of the beloved, or loss of the association of the beloved, and longing for the beloved when the beloved is absent. Maharaj Yudhishthira, even in this very early part of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Maharaj Yudhishthira is talking to Bhima, and is beginning to dawn on him that Krishna has disappeared. And this is part of the Bhagavatam. Again, the sages at Naimisharanya have asked Sutta Goswami, where have the principles of religion gone now that Krishna, accompanied by all the good principles of Dharma, Jnana, etc., has gone back to his abode. Now in this age of Kali, how can people live a pious religious life? And Sutta Goswami tells them that they've gone to the Bhagavatam, that this Bhagavatam is an incarnation of Krishna. It's as brilliant as the sun. Those who've lost their way due to the darkness of the age of Kali, they can get light from this great Purana. So here, in this verse, he's talking about some symptoms of inauspicious, when these things happen, those who know how to read the signs can see something bad is about to happen. When your thighs are quivering and you have heart palpitations, Srila Prabhupada says, and in this chapter he's describing these various signs that he sees, and these are signs that something bad is going to happen. And Srila Prabhupada takes the opportunity to point out that bad things happen in this world. Doesn't matter who you are. You can be a rich person, you can be a famous celebrity, a beautiful person, you can be a very pious person, you can even to the Pandavas bad things happened. Bhishma Dev said this is just due to the inconceivable desires of providence, time. That the way God runs the world is that even in the face of great personalities like the Pandavas, who were intimate friends with God himself, they could suffer reversals of fortune so horrible as to be banished to the forest and to lose their kingdom and to have people try to kill them and eventually to have to fight this war to get even a little bit of justice from their relatives. So bad things happen in this world. This is the world where bad things happen. A lot of people get disappointed. Sometimes they join a society like ISKCON for attaining spiritual perfection, and then they find out that some of the members of ISKCON are also neophyte devotees and may have bad manners or mistreat them or argue with them, and they feel some disillusion, like I expected it to be that we're saying that we have the solution to the world's problems, right? We're creating a spiritual revolution. If everyone reads the Srimad Bhagavatam and recognizes Krishna as at the center, then everything will be in harmony and the world will be a wonderful place. And yet, even within our own society, we ask people to join the society, and then they sometimes find there's difficulties in their life, in their interpersonal relations, and without making any excuse for those who caused the difficulties. We can understand that, what do you expect? This is the material world. There are difficulties. If we can make a society of advanced devotees, then there won't be any difficulties. When Yudhishthira Maharaj was king, it is said that the residents of his kingdom did not even feel the threefold miseries of material existence. That's what a pious king can do. That's how pious a king he was. When Parikshit Maharaj was king, we'll read in some subsequent chapters, he confronted the personality of Kali Yuga, and he was about to kill the personality of Kali Yuga, but Kali surrendered to him and said, "Please don't kill me, I'll do whatever you say, I'll be your surrendered servant." So as a pious chivalrous king, he couldn't kill a surrendered person who was, begging for mercy. So he said, okay, but then Kali Yuga said, so he said, well, I'm also one of your subjects, you have to let me stay somewhere. You can't just banish me either. Where will I go? So he said, well, because you're Kali Yuga, and you shortened the duration of life and the religious qualities of people, you can stay where sinful activities are going on. Meat eating, illicit sex, intoxication, and gambling. So it was remarkable to us when we read, astonishing to read, that Kali Yuga then answered, "What's that? I can't." He said, "There is no such thing in your kingdom. When Parikshit Maharaj was king, nobody drank alcohol. Nobody smoked hash. Amazing, right? Nobody had adultery at all, sex outside of marriage at all. Before marriage, cohabitation. People are making fun. Some of the television comedians and stuff. There's a law in Virginia that says that if you're not married, you can't live with a person of the opposite sex. No cohabitation without marriage. And it's considered like this is ridiculous, some quaint law that nobody follows and nobody gets arrested for doing that. And nowadays everybody's living together without marriage. So they're laughing at it. What a silly law. But when King Parikshit was king, nobody did that. Nobody lived together without marriage. This is kind of remarkable how pious kings were able to lead. Of course, if you can't just make a law and then go around and expect people to follow it if the population is not qualified. And if we, just like they tried in the 1920s to make a prohibition against alcohol in the United States. But most of the population, so they had a majority vote or something like that. They elected representatives who decided that they would pass the Volstead Act, and even I think they even amended the Constitution and everything to make the United States a sober country. But most of the population said, yeah, you have your democracy and majority rules and everything, but we're not going to follow that. We like alcohol. Some of them came from ethnic cultures that drank beer or wine as part of their natural culture, try to tell an Italian not to drink wine with his dinner, it's just, or a German not to drink beer. It's wine. It's even in the church, right? You take the mass and they have wine that everybody has to take a sip of. But anyway, King Parikshit was able to run a government where there was no intoxication, no illicit sex, no gambling, no meat eating, and people were very, very happy. So, bad things happen. And when these things are going on, illicit sex, intoxication, gambling, meat eating, then the whole environment. And over and above all that, well, in the story, Parikshit Maharaj then said, so Kali Yuga said, well, I can't do that, I can't live there because there isn't any sinful activities in your kingdom. So then Parikshit Maharaj said, okay, then where there's money, where people are storing up money, you could stay there. Because whenever there's a lot of money, it's going to burn the hole in the pocket and somebody's going to go out and commit sinful activities. The money should always be used in devotional service. It should be circulated constantly and nobody should hoard it and store it up with gold, where there's big piles of gold in somebody's bank. He has all this gold. Then that person, that's going to have an influence that sinful activities will come. But anyway, the point is that if we can, over and above all that, if we can constantly chant Hare Krishna and avoid these pillars of sinful life, then the scientific religious principles of cleanliness, truthfulness, austerity, mercy will automatically follow, and there won't be miseries. But in the meantime, we can expect, this is the material world, and we have to tolerate. Misery is going to come, we have to tolerate it. It's being caused by the modes of material nature. We can't make a plan. Everybody says, we'll make a plan. The ice caps are melting, what are we going to do? We have to cut down on emissions, let's have these, policies of cap and trade so that only so many, people are allowed to have so much carbon emission and so, You could try to make a plan, but you can't control nature. We try to make a plan with our medical doctors and all our treatment, and they're looking for the cure of cancer, and they do chemotherapy and radiation and stuff. But it just so happens that, by the time that people get to be about 100 years old, hardly anybody lives longer than that. There's a sign when you drive up the 880, some financial planning company has a sign that says, that the first person to reach 150 years old is alive today. Their idea is that with our increased medical knowledge and better knowledge of health and things like that, the life expectancy is increasing. So, within our lifetimes, or within the lifetimes, let's say within the next 100 years, people that are 50 years old may live to be still another 100 years. They're saying that. I don't think so. Maybe in previous ages. They're saying the first, right? Because they're not aware that in Dwapara Yuga, people routinely lived. Krishna lived, he performed his Leela for 125 years on the earth. And other people routinely lived to be more than 100 years old. Actually, they used to live to be 1,000 years old. Even in the Bible, we have those stories of Methuselah and all the generations of people that are described in the Bible. Scholars say the Bible may have been written about 6,000 something years ago. So there was still some, although it was outside of Vedic civilization apparently, it was this Mlecha civilization somewhere further to the west. But they're describing people lived 900 years, 800 years, 700 years like that in the beginning of the Bible. And most people think, that's just mythology. Nobody could live that long. But actually we know that in the previous age, Dwapara Yuga, people lived 1,000 years. And before that, they lived 10,000 years. And in Satya Yuga, they lived 100,000 years. The yogis can hold their breath. It's said that you have so many breaths to breathe in your lifetime. So if you learn how to do pranayama and slow down your actual processes of breathing and heartbeat and these other things like that, you can actually increase the duration of your life a very long time. But the atmosphere was different then, and they lived a very long time. So I'm saying that this material world is a place where miseries happen. Nobody wants them to happen. It's compared to a forest fire. That, nobody goes out into the forest to set fires. Well, some people do, some pyromaniacs or whatever. But sometimes, even though nobody's gone out and to set the fire, the wind is blowing, some lightning hits, or some friction between some bamboo rubs together, or whatever happens. Jagarini and I just went to Hawaii to see the wedding of one of our friends, Manmohini. And so while we were there, we went to some Polynesian village to, it's like a show for tourists to see how they live. He showed us how how quickly he could get the husk off of a coconut, and how he did these different things, and how he made fire, and then he used the husk for the coconut, and how he made friction with wood and made a fire, and got all this kind of the sawdust was all hot and smoking, and then he put the coconut husk on that, and it blew up into a flame. So the forest fire, sometimes even though no one wants to start it, there's a conflagration. And similarly in human society, even though everyone says we want peace and we don't want conflict, but wars happen, and all kinds of other miseries happen, financial panics, and everybody loses their homes. So we recently went through a serious recession. Epidemics happen. People start getting sick and dying. They're always afraid of some big flu coming and killing lots of people. In 1918, they had a big war, World War I, and millions of people were killed in trenches, and whole generations of young people were killed. But then this flu came, the Spanish flu, and the epidemic killed more people than were killed in the war. A lot of people got killed in that Spanish flu in 1918. So that can always happen, it's a virus. They can't really treat it with antibiotics. They don't have a cure for it. So they're all thinking, well, we'll be able to make our plans and make our cures and stuff. But this is the material world. There's no such cure. The only cure is that we have to get the grace of Krishna. And Krishna sends his representatives to teach the process of bhakti yoga. In the beginning of the Bhagavatam here, I could find it in chapter 7, that Vyasadeva meditates because he's been instructed to compose the Bhagavatam, and he's been instructed to compose the Bhagavatam and explain the activities of the personality of Godhead for the benefit of people in this age. And then Vyasadeva meditates, and he sees the personality of Godhead along with his external energy under his full control. And he says that due to this external energy, the living entity, although transcendental to the three modes of material nature, thinks of himself as a material product, and thus undergoes the reactions of material miseries. The material miseries of the living entity, which are superfluous to him, can be directly mitigated by the linking process of devotional service. But the mass of people do not know this, and therefore the learned Vyasadeva compiled this Vedic literature, that is Srimad Bhagavatam, which is in relation to the Supreme Truth. So by Krishna's mercy, he sends Vyasadeva to compose the Srimad Bhagavatam. He sends the spiritual masters, Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Prabhupada, to propagate knowledge of the Srimad Bhagavatam. And then we can once again realize that we're not these bodies, and these bodies are being controlled by the three modes of material nature, and they're destined to have pains. We have ulcers, right? We have different kinds of blisters on our feet, and burns, and sunburn, and old age, and sore muscles, sore back. 4 or 5 months ago, I was in someone's house, and I walked into the living room not knowing that it was like a sunken living room with like a 8-inch step down. And my back is still sore from that. It may always be sore on the left lower side of my back, you know. We have bodies. Yeah, right. Yeah, I thought I was walking onto the same level, but I was really walking on. Boom. So these things happen in life. We stub our toes. We grab a pan on the stove that's still red hot. Things happen. Nobody plans for them, but for the devotees who take up devotional service, these things become more insignificant. They're able to tolerate. They recognize that this is just my material body. In fact, the devotees see that this is Krishna's mercy. He's so kind that he's just giving me a small token of the real suffering that I deserve based on my previous karma. And so they continue to worship him with love and affection, and they don't curse him like some people do and say, God, why did you do this to me? I hate you. Some people.
How many times have I fallen off my skateboard?
Yeah.
Still, I keep riding it.
Well, maybe you should think of renouncing your. You love your skateboard. What does the Bible says that when I was a child? But when I used to play, but when I grew older, I put aside childish things. So you may love to ride your skateboard forever. Yeah.
But sometimes I still fall off of it.
So be safe. Try to be safe. At least don't do what I see some idiots doing, which is that they grab onto the back of a bus or something while they're on their skateboard and they get pulled along at 30 miles an hour. Yeah. Because we want you to be safe, Krishna Sundara, and not get hurt. Yes, put aside childish things. All right, so is there any discussion, questions, comments about this verse and the subject matter of this verse?
I have something to share.
Say in the microphone, because people really are watching over the internet.
Yeah.
And they can't hear what you're saying.
I love this digital age, so I have to say something.
Yes.
Interesting enough, as you were mentioning, sometimes you can feel things, like he's stating, before they come to pass.
Yes.
I'll try to keep this short and sweet, but the idea is, anyone has ever heard of kinesiology? Muscle testing. They use this. It's actually based on a very mystic practice of asking the body to tell you when something is positive, negative, right? And they use different types. Sometimes
that's not me, is it? Okay, good.
No. Sometimes they'll use a simple thing like you push the arm, and if there's some relinquishment, then it means one thing. But if there's strength, then it means another thing. So one god brother of mine, he uses this right eye, left eye. You remember Dharendra? You remember Tigger? He's one of my god brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You remember him.
Yes.
Very eccentric soul. Very beautiful brother. One of my brothers for sure. But he uses this right eye, left eye, and he prays about something. And whether his right eye twitches is maybe more positive. And if the left eye twitches, then something negative. And he doesn't know anything about what he's asking. He's just being intuitive. He's an intuitive type person. He's very open to spiritual energies, and he prays about something, and in the process of receiving some information from the Lord, it guides him in that way, simple way of telling him, okay, I'm getting right eye, twitch, or left eye, twitch, okay, this is bad. No, we need to get out of here now. We need to go. We need to get away from this. This is very negative, kind of thing. Or he say, oh, I'm getting right eye twitch. Okay, I think everything is fine.
Yeah, so these things really
Same
work.
kind of thing,
These things really work. For those who know the science, the farmers always used different signs and things, and people now they make fun. Oh, it's an old wives' tale. If you see a cat in the morning or whatever. There are things like that, but they're really signs. For example, the seismologists, they can't really predict earthquakes. They bury these instruments down in all these different places near faults, and they have all these instruments and seeing different, because the earth is always trembling a little bit. But when is it really going to have a big upheaval and something's going to give? It's hard for them to tell. But snakes know. Snakes, they live in holes in the ground, and if the earth shakes, they're going to get buried alive. So they have to. And they're close to the ground, and they have sensors. So the scientists know that certain kinds of snakes can actually predict earthquakes much better than the seismic instruments that they have. That will be somehow they can tell when it's really gonna happen. There are omens, signs. As we read in this chapter, this whole chapter is full of signs when certain kind of animals pass you on the left side, and when certain kind of animals pass you on the right side, and how the deities look in the temple, and how the stars look. When you see a lot of meteors and things like that, the modern science tries to, disenchant the world. They take out, so they say, oh yes, when the certain meteor showers, Hare Krishna, welcome. They come from different parts of the, like there's Perseids and Orionids. The Orionids are supposed to be like when Halley's Comet came through, and we're passing through its tail, and there's dust from the comet that has rocks and stuff, and so every October or whenever there's you can look up and you can see a lot of meteors. In Russia, a month ago, some big meteor fell. It was so big that it was like it looked like someone was bombing them. There's this huge thing streaking across the sky, and a lot of people got injured and stuff. So when we see that the stars seem to be fighting in the heavens, and they don't, people who are intuitive and sensitive, they can perceive these omens and know that something bad is about to happen. But it may be helpful to know that something bad is about to happen, but it doesn't mean that you can solve it. Your destiny is your destiny. It's better. Devotees. No, there's also astrologers. Some of them are very good. They can predict all kinds of things. But I used to think that, I don't know if this is true or not, but I used to think that, there's all this literature about time travel, and if people could go back in time and stuff like that. But if I went back in time, then wouldn't I be really young? And not know anything, because that's what it was like when I was back in time. So they always talk about, like, if you could go back in time, and then if you change something, that it'll change the future, and that's always the big dilemma. There was a Star Trek movie about it. There's so many movies, H.G. Wells, and But I always thought that if you could really, go back in time, it means you would know what would happen in the future, but you would also not try to change it, right? You would know how it's going to go, but in order to be able to do that, you have to be responsible enough to go back and not try to interfere with destiny. So one might know what destiny is going to be, but if it's destined because it's the will of God, then what we should learn how to do is just to see everything in relation to God. I'm not saying we shouldn't go to a doctor when we get sick. We should. But we should understand that the best doctor is not going to be able to cure us when it's our time to die. And we have to accept that. So we have to make a different kind of solution for the fact that all of us, everyone in this room, within 100 years is going to be dead. And we have to make a solution. But we're not going to be dead, because Krishna says the soul doesn't die, it's just changing bodies. So we have to understand that, deeply understand that, and if we're able to act like a soul and stop creating new karma, stop creating the need to take another body to experience the results of our karma, then we can make a solution to that death. Anything else? So let's sing, Krishna Sundar is going to sing Jaya Radha Madhava. You play the drum or the harmonium or what?
Yes, there's one here I like.
Hey, Akruranatha, Prabhupada said that when your left eye twitches, you're going to come into some money. I read that in the Bhagavatam. Yeah, something like that. It depends on, I guess,
there's different methods. But
and what context you're using it in.
It's kinesiology still, if you think about it, for lack of a better term, I've found that's or even, just simple muscle testing.
Yeah, I like it. I wish my eye would twitch more.
Yeah, well, even just by testing the fingers or different things, that people can read different situations and get some insight. I don't know. I'm not so intuitive, but oh yes, Bala. Oh, you have to put me on the spot. Jai ho, jai ho. Hartos. This drum needs some love. Maybe sometime I'll try to come and fix it.
Yes, please come and take care of our drums. They're Balarams. So
Do you know how long it takes to tune a mridanga?
I don't know. How long does it take to tune a
At least 2 hours.
Wow.
You have to go all the way around. Every strap, all the way. And sometimes they break, and sometimes you have to retie them, and it's very seva, Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari
Srimad, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhakti Vedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahansa Privrajakacharyas Tarasanta Shri Srimad, His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai, Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Shri Radha Krishna Go Gopinath Shamakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai, Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Mayapur Dham Ki Jai, Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai, Anandamayi Gangamayi, Jamunamayi Ki Jai, Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Gaura Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the lotus feet of Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. Hari Hari Bol. Transcendental Appearance Day of His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. So this book, this very special biography of Bhakti Siddhanta, is in 3 volumes. And volume 3 is a collection of appendices of different historical documents relating to the subject matter of the life of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta and preaching. In volume 1, there's first a sort of a chronological, narrative of his life history, and then it starts a topical discussion of different aspects of his life and his mission. And I think I should just read something about his early life today, his appearance. Today is his appearance day.
I love how everything in India is upside down and backwards.
Yes.
The cover is here, but then the books are upside down.
Yes.
So perfect.
Volume 1 is at the end, and Volume 2 is in the middle. Okay, so we'll start with Chapter 1, Early Life. So this biography, it's $75 for the 3-volume set, and it's very worthwhile reading because you can understand the mission of our Srila Prabhupada and International Society of Krishna Consciousness better if we see its connection to the instructions and the mission of Bhakti Siddhanta. It's the same mission. It's actually the same mission.
I can show you where to find the PDF file for free.
Shh, we don't want people to... No, we should buy these books because they help support the author and his work, and it's worthwhile. And also, you'll value it more if you pay something for it.
Sorry, I have a bad habit of stealing books.
You're allowed to steal books and Mahaprasadam. Okay. 1. Early life. Advent. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Prabhupada appeared in this world at 3:30 p.m. on 6th February 1874, the 5th day of the dark lunar fortnight in the month of Govinda of the Gaudiya Vaishnava calendar, corresponding to the Bengali month of Magh. He appeared in Puri, the site of the famous temple of Lord Jagannath, and thus one of the holiest places in India, and where Lord Chaitanya had resided for 18 years, absorbed in the highest ecstasies of Krishna consciousness. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati's advent in Puri is particularly significant in light of a statement in Padma Purana. Shri Brahma Rudra Sanaka Vaishnavah Kshiti Pavanaha Chatvaraste Kalau Bhavya Hyutkale Purushottamat. In Kali Yuga, the 4 Vaishnava Sampradayas, which are purifiers of the earth, will appear in Purushottama Kshetra in Utkala, Orissa. He appeared in his parents' rented home, which, due to their being pure devotees, continually reverberated with Sankirtana. It belonged to Sri Ramachandra Arya, a rich Calcutta businessman who had built it on land leased from Dakshina Parshva Mat, and was situated on Grand Road, hardly a quarter of a mile from Lord Jagannath's temple, just south of the landmark Narayana Charta Mat, and close to the Jagannath Ballabha Udyana, a garden that had been frequented by Lord Chaitanya. At the child's birth, the umbilical cord was wrapped around his body like an upavita, leaving a permanent mark. During infancy, his sizable brain made his head look unusually large in proportion to his body. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati's father was the Palmari Vaishnava Acharya. There's a word, Palmari. One thing that's interesting is that they have a Palmari means great or prominent. They have a glossary in the back. I haven't seen this in many other books, but there's a glossary where it's called Guide to Obscure English Words. Sometimes I find obscure words that aren't in the glossary, and sometimes I find other words in the glossary that I don't think are that obscure. But in this case, Palmari, I didn't know that meaning. It means great or prominent. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, the Palmari Vaishnavacharya, also known in secular circles as Sri Kedarnath Datto. And there's a footnote. It says, Srila Saraswati Thakur never considered Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur as an ordinary mundane father. Nonetheless, following the example of many Gaudiya Math publications in referring to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, herein the word father is also used conventionally. Certainly, in a holy, W-H-O-L-L-Y, holy, completely transcendental sense, Bhakti Vinoda eternally gives birth to Bhakti Siddhanta. So, this is the meanings of the words Bhakti Vinoda and Bhakti Siddhanta. Perfection of Bhakti. And what does Vinod mean? Everyone can tell me. You can all tell me, right? Well, here I know that Sri Krishna Purushottama can tell me. What is the meaning of the word Vinod? It's a common name. People are named Vinod, right?
It means enlightening.
What? Enlightening? Yeah. Okay. Enlightening. So Bhakti Vinod leads to Bhakti Siddhanta. So the enlightenment of Bhakti leads to the perfection of Bhakti. As an ideal acharya in the Grihastha ashrama, he oversaw an extensive family and discharged important responsibilities as a senior government officer, yet was still prodigiously active in Krishna's service. Every evening after returning from work, he took his meal, slept from 8 till midnight, and then wrote for several hours. By such dedication throughout his life, he composed over 100 books in Sanskrit, Bengali, and English. He also preached widely among both lettered and common folk and was instrumental in relocating and restoring the birthplace of Lord Chaitanya in Mayapur. There's a footnote about his publishing activities. It says, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur also wrote in Urdu a small book on law and composed a few songs in Braj Buli, a literary dialect of Bengali developed exclusively by Gaudiya poets. It appears that many of his works never published are now lost. For instance, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati once described writings by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur for children which are no longer extant. Yageshwara Basu had a house on the Bana Ganga. This is a quotation from Bhakti Siddhanta. Dinabandhu Sen had his house in Ichhapur. Both desired to give thorough instructions on spiritual matters to their children in the manner imparted to Christian and Muslim children. At their behest, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote several volumes with questions and answers so that from the beginning Vaishnava's children could learn about religion. The name of that work was Dharma Shiksha. He wrote a first, second, and third volume for different levels. These were prepared in manuscript form, but not printed. Hopefully we can find them someday and get them published. We'll pray that Hari Sari Prabhu and his scholarly library archiving work will be able to locate something like this. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur had resuscitated Gaudiya Vaishnavism from a 3-century gloom, during which it had come to be practiced largely in a superficial manner, much removed from the genuine process, grounded in scriptural regulations, and had been so severely misrepresented by rogues and charlatans that most educated and discerning persons wanted nothing to do with it. Nearly all who deemed themselves Vaishnavas were followers of diverse Sampradayas, whose butchering of Lord Chaitanya's teachings functioned on exploitation of misplaced sentiments. The severely corrupted forms of Vaishnava Dharma gave a cloak of religious piety to various forms of sexual perversity that otherwise could not have prospered in the social climate of that era. Thus, in popular parlance, the designated Vaishnava had come to denote ignorance and dissoluteness. The remaining few genuine devotees were either householders or reclusive Babajis, who shunned bad association and did not attempt to reform others. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur was different. He not only recognized the superlative value of the real Gaudiya Vaishnavism, but uncovered, rejuvenated, propagated, and defended the authentic teachings and practices of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. While some educated and religiously committed Hindus of his generation were inspired by the new intercourse with the West to promote Hindu values and teachings to the people thereof, and some Gaudiyas opined that the fulfillment of Lord Chaitanya's prophecy of global Sankirtan was nigh, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur took up the practical task of scrutinizing the theories of Occidental thinkers in the light of Gaudiya theology, thereby presenting Mahaprabhu's message in a radically new and apposite contexts. For more on his achievements, see Volume 2, pages 201 to 202. So apposite is different from opposite as a... Yeah, go.
Not to interject too much, but...
Microphone.
I've heard specifically that this Goswami line, there's many, but specifically this from Janavi Devi, Nityananda Prabhu's wife. This was, at the time, the most predominant Sahaja line. This is just coming through Srila Sridhar Maharaj and others who were there at the time, who said that Bhakti Siddhanta was teaching specifically against certain types of Sahaja aparad, and that this particular one, this Janavi Goswami line, was the most predominant at the time when he tried to reinstate all of these.
Yeah. So it's not that when we read that, there were 300...
Very powerful line.
Yeah. When we read that there were 300 years of darkness or whatever that we're reading about, we shouldn't think that meant that there weren't any people who wore Gaudiya Vaishnava tilak and called themselves Gaudiya Vaishnavas. There are, millions. If you go, like when we go to Mayapur, the last time I went was in 2009. I arrived during Rasa Purnima. And, there were millions of people all over the place coming, they'd taken their holidays or whatever from Bengal. There are lots of Bengalis that worship Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, but at the time of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, most of those groups, the sects, the gurus and everything like that, they weren't strictly following the regular principles, and they had propounded theories, sometimes very immoral theories, and meant at exploiting mundane sentiments rather than actual pure spiritual rasa. Apasampradayas. There were 13 prominent Apasampradayas that I think Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote a pamphlet about in the Bhakti Siddhanta.
There's 100 verses. You've heard this? 100
Use the microphone.
Yeah, I'll keep it then.
There's 100 verses. I have to translate everything you say. Nobody hears it unless I say. So, Bhaktivinoda Thakur longed for and foresaw events that others might have considered fanciful dreams. And here's a quotation. The Dharma preached by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is universal and not exclusive. The principle of Kirtan as the future church of the world invites all classes of men without distinction of caste or clan to the highest cultivation of the spirit. This church, it appears, will spread worldwide and replace all sectarian churches which exclude outsiders from the precincts of the mosque, church, or temple. Lord Chaitanya did not advent himself to liberate only a few men in India. Rather, his main objective was to emancipate all living entities of all countries throughout the entire universe and to propagate the eternal Dharma. Lord Chaitanya states in Sri Chaitanya Bhagavata, "In every town, country, and village my name will be sung." There is no doubt that this unquestionable order will come to pass. Although there is still no pure society of Vaishnavas, Lord Chaitanya's prophetic words will in a few days come true, I am sure. Why not? Nothing is absolutely pure in the beginning. From imperfection, purity will come about. Very soon the unparalleled path of Harinam Sankirtana will be propagated all over the planet. Oh, for that day when the fortunate English, French, Russian, Prussian, and American people will take up banners, mridangas, and karatals and perform kirtan through their streets and towns. When will that day come? Oh, for the day when the Western fair-skinned men from one side, while chanting Jaya Shachinandana Ki Jai, will extend their arms and, embracing the devotees of our country coming from another side, treat us with brotherly feelings. When will that day be? On such a day they will say, "Our dear Aryan brothers, we have taken shelter at the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya, who is an ocean of transcendental love. Kindly embrace us." When will that day come? That day will witness the holy transcendental Vaishnava Prema to be the only Dharma, like rivers meeting the ocean. All narrow creeds will mix with the unlimited Vaishnava Dharma. When will that day come? So this is from Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's promotion of the pure original teachings of Lord Chaitanya had made some headway in bringing his predictions closer to fruition. Still, his longing for East and West to unite in Krishna Bhakti might have seemed merely quixotic. Then one night, in a dream, Lord Jagannath told Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, "I didn't bring you to Puri to execute legal matters, but to establish Vaishnava Siddhanta." Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur responded, "Your teachings have been sufficiently depreciated, and I lack the power to restore them. Much of my life has passed, and I am otherwise engaged. So please, send somebody from your personal staff so that I can start this movement." Lord Jagannath directed him to pray to the deity of Bimala Devi. In this way, just as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had appeared in response to the call of Sri Advaita Prabhu, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati was sent by Lord Chaitanya to fulfill the prayers of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Even before Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati's advent, his great-grandfather had predicted from his deathbed that an extraordinary sadhu would take birth in Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's house. An astrologer commissioned to calculate the natal chart declared that the newborn's body possessed all 32 symptoms of an exalted personage, as delineated in Scripture. Pancha dirghak pancha sukshmah, sapta raktah shad unattah, tri hrasva pritu gambhiro, dvat dringshal lakshano mahan. The 5 large parts are the nose, arms, chin, eyes, and knees. The 5 fine parts are the skin, fingertips, teeth, hair on the body, and hair on the head. The 7 red parts are the eyes, soles, palms, palate, nails, and upper and lower lips. The 6 raised parts are the chest, shoulders, nails, nose, waist, and mouth. The 3 small parts are the neck, thighs, and male organ. The 3 broad parts are the waist, forehead, and chest. The 3 grave parts are the navel, voice, and existence. This is also in the Krishna's body, and I think that in the Srimad Bhagavatam, then Gargamuni remarks on these symptoms.
Vinod means it's also, I'm wrong, Prabhuji, it's a blissful.
blissful,
and joyful.
Joyful.
Yeah, because
So-
we know them. We call in Telugu or
Yeah.
Tamil, right? So it's
So Vinod means blissful or joyful. So Bhakti Vikas Swami was saying that Bhakti Vinod gives birth to Bhakti Siddhanta. The blissfulness of Bhakti gives birth to the perfection of Bhakti.
and also Bhakti Vinod Thakur told like there are 11 upper sampradayas we should not follow. Like
Bahula.
Yeah, yes.
Shaki Beki. And yeah.
He stated they won't chant Hare Krishna mantra, and they have 2 kitchens in their temple, one for themselves, one for the deities. They cook fish in one temple, and so he stated like from there Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur established this Varnashram Dharma, like sannyas initiations and all. Before that, it's Babaji's initiation, right?
Yes. And the Babajis were, the thing is that in humility, the disciples of Lord Chaitanya, like Rupa and Sanatana Goswami, they just wore torn cloth and kept themselves as very simple, like Babajis. So then, Haridas Thakur also, they pretended that, because, Haridas Thakur said, I was born in a Muslim family, so I'm unpure. And then Rupa and Sanatana said, even though we came from a big Brahmin families, but we were in the service of a Muslim king, so we're very impure. They felt humble like that. But the Sahajiya's tendency is that they said, in Lord Chaitanya's line, we don't wear Brahmin thread, we don't carry a danda. We're like the Paramahamsa Babajis, like Haridas Thakur and Rupa and Sanatana Goswami. But they didn't behave that way. They had girlfriends, they got intoxicated, the idea of sadhus is very popular among hippies in the United States. In the 1960s and 70s, there were so many, the young people in the United States and Europe were hippies. The idea was, our parents work in a corporation or something, and they pay the mortgage and the insurance, and they have this kind of middle-class suburban existence, and they only care about money and having us have prestige for our family better than others. But we want to find like the real juice of life, go out there and have adventure and excitement, and so we'll take heroin and live in the street, and or whatever. So for these hippies, they go to India and they see sadhus. They live outdoors. They let their hair grow long. They don't comb it. And they smoke hash all day and smoke marijuana, ganja, and they meditate and they think, this is for me. And they go down to Goa or these famous places, and they have parties and get drunk and meet members of the opposite sex, and they consider themselves very much like, we want to be like the sadhus. But this isn't real sadhus. Real sadhus practice yoga, means they're celibate, they control their senses. Some people think, by getting intoxicated with marijuana, it'll help me meditate better, but it doesn't really help. So Srila Prabhupada made all the disciples vow that you can't be like hippies. You have to cut your hair, shave your hair. I need a haircut. I'm sorry. Please keep a sika, and you can't take any intoxication. You can't gamble. You can't have meat-eating, illicit sex. You have to be very, very strict and pious people. Actually, the priests in their churches would have been proud that they became devout. Some of them were. I talked to people, and they were so disgusted with the, drugs and free love and things of hippies, and they were religious leaders. And then when they met the Hare Krishnas, you would think that they would be competitive, but actually they were saying, you're following those principles? That's very good. We appreciate that. Most of the young people are going to hell, but at least you're clean and All right. Very wise Christian people that accepted that. The astrologer further averred, I have done many horoscopes in my life, but have never seen before one replete with all the signs of an eminent personality. This child will become world famous as a teacher of the ultimate goal of life.
6-pointed star. full six-pointed star in the chart, and also with all of the highest planets, all of the outer planets in their exalted places, and also with all of the personality traits, the necessary personality traits for full renunciation. As they say, maybe you can find it in there somewhere. The Saturn on the ascendant, Jupiter on the midheaven, the other four signs all divided perfectly within the different signs. Everything was lined up astrologically very profoundly. Like these astrologers, especially in Advaita Acharya's line in Shantipur, still some of the best astrologers in all of West Bengal. They're living there in Shantipur, coming from a family of Advaita Acharya. And they all still are using Srila Bhakti Siddhanta's chart as an example of what is a high saint, what is a high Vaishnav in this incarnation, in this human life. You can look to this, and then they will compare with all the other. My friend is studying from them in Shantipur. He knows of this astrologer, right? He's teaching these things, right? That you can compare with all the other saints and all the other Vaishnavacharyas, different things, specific things in their chart. He said, but this chart is like the lion. They refer to it as the lion of all astrology charts. This Star of David, six-pointed star, perfectly matched with all of the planets in all of their exalted positions, like just immaculate. Yes. Immaculate.
So in this book, which is available in 3 volumes, it's $75, and it's the biography, the authorized biography written by Bhakti Vikas Swami. The appendices start in the 3rd volume at page 187. The first appendix is a description of his horoscope. So for those of you that are interested in astrology and that you study these things, you can look at this. There's a whole chapter explaining the natal chart of Bhakti Siddhanta. In fact, they don't have the they don't have the big diagram that you usually see, big circular diagram, but they show where all the planets are here, and they say it in much more detail. It's about the chapter is about 30 pages long, and it names of the grahas and their English equivalents, and the names of the signs and their equivalents. But it shows all these things, describes the astrological terms, so that someone can. So this is a fabulous book, and it has all. It goes into great detail about all aspects of Bhakti Siddhanta, including a number of his disciples and associates, and the different kinds of preaching that he did, different programs that he instituted for spreading, like he had theistic exhibitions, different things like that. Full of very nice, wonderful nectar.
Prabhuji, and Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, English is very high, Prabhuji.
Yes.
Even from Brahma Samhita we'll read, right? I mean,
yeah.
I even cannot understand one paragraph.
Yeah. And what we were saying earlier in class is that it's mentioned in here that even when he spoke Bengali, it was difficult to understand him. And he apologized. He said, "I'm sorry, I can't speak normal the way I have to speak." He had this very big brain, and he was always speaking in these very esoteric, concepts, So as I said to people earlier, that he noted that Swami Prabhupada, our Prabhupada, Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada, Abhay Babu, he noted that he would stay. A lot of people couldn't understand his lectures, and they would go away. But our Prabhupada would stay. He said, "You may understand or may not understand, but you don't go away. So you have a good quality. You keep listening."
Hare Krishna. Prabhuji, when a preacher preaches about the level of his disciples or his devotees, his followers, how does he get the message across? Because when I see Srila Prabhupada's books, for me, I'm actually able to absorb what he's saying. He talks to me at my level, which may be maybe a 3rd grader or 4th grader. He still gets through to you. But with Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, even a PhD person is sitting there, knowing a language has nothing to do with understanding the text.
Well,
so
he laid the foundation. He gave the texts, and then his disciple Prabhupada went out and got the whole world.
He gave us the text, and then Prabhupada translated it for us again.
Yes, maybe again. But Prabhupada also brought us to read his text, like Brahma Samhita. So, and we can read more. Now we're reading his biography, and we can read more of his actual writings. But it's also a gift. I shouldn't just be praising that. That's actually the way Bhakti Siddhanta describes it in here. He's apologizing, like, I'm sorry I have to talk this way. It's just the only way I can communicate. But actually, he was talking because he was being very, very precise. He took precise words. A lot of the words Prabhupada gave us, trying to think of some of them. Mellows, for example, the word rasa, which just means essence or juice. But, when he tried to explain rasa of bhakti to people in English, he said, it's like mellows that we relish. As devotees, you have to relish the mellows of bhakti. So this is one of the words. But I think even Supreme Personality of Godhead is something that's coming from Bhakti Siddhanta. And many of these technical words, like I was talking earlier about Radharani as the predominated moiety of Godhead, and things like that. He was being very, finding precise words to express precise concepts because he wanted us to understand. And then Prabhupada could bring us to appreciate these things.
Even personalism and impersonalism.
Personalism and impersonalism. These are all.
Who thinks of that?
Yeah. The boy was the sixth child in a family of 13, the fourth of 8 sons, and third by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's second wife, Srimati Bhagavati Devi. Given the name Bimala Prasad, he was often called simply Bimala, or hypochoristically Bimu or Binu. Let me see what hypochoristically means. So that's another thing, is you can really build your vocabulary by reading this book. There's a glossary in the back, and most of these, I expect this word hypochoristically will be there. By applying a nickname. Hypochoristically, by applying a nickname. Bhakti Vikaswan. Hypochoristically. So we can try to, if we use a word for 5-6 times, it will become ours. So we have to say later, instead of saying Dizzy Dean or Dizzy Gillespie, we could say that jazz musician hypochoristically referred to as Dizzy. Okay, so Bimu or Binu, variants thereof. In accordance with Bengali custom, his younger brothers addressed him as Nada, fourth brother. Traditionally, high-class Indian families retained an oral record of their lineage going back to Lord Brahma, the first created being in the universe. After Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Tirobhava, his genealogy was published in an article about him in Sadjana Toshani, the spiritual journal he had founded. And I'm quoting now from that. According to the belief and judgment of the illustrious Hindu family lines, those descending from Brahma via the progeny of Chitragupta were celebrated in Bharatvarsh as Brahmakayasthas. Bharata was the 87th generation from Chitragupta, and Bharadwaj in the 88th. After him came Angira and then Brihaspati. In the 149th generation, Purushottama, son of Shivadatta, went to Bengal upon the summons of King Adishura of Bengal. Purushottama's youngest son accepted sannyas with the name of Kanaka Dandi. His composition, Saragrahi Vaishnava Mahimashtika, is extant even today. In the 7th and 8th generations of Purushottama's family, both Vinayaka and his son Narayana Datta were royal ministers. In the 15th generation from Purushottama appeared the son of Kamadev named Raja Krishnananda, who had an exceedingly pronounced taste for the holy name. Accompanied by his entourage, Sri Nityananda Prabhu came to the home of Raja Krishnananda and bestowed mercy upon him. The seventh generation from Krishnananda saw the appearance of Madana Mohan, whose piety was so famed that it is recommended to remember him in the morning. He was venerated by all the residents of Bengal, especially all respectable persons of Calcutta. He fostered the prestige of Varnashram Dharma by establishing temples and other such structures in Benares and similar holy places, by having bodies of water excavated in many locations, and by constructing the steps at the Preta Shila in Gaya. The generosity and prosperity of his eldest son, Rama Tanu, was in recent days spoken of in every home in Calcutta. A great grandson of Madana Mohan was Ananda Chandra Datto, who gave his third son, our Thakur, the name Kedaranath. How many of you have family oral histories going back, that way back to Brahma? So you have something like that in your family?
They go to the temple, you say the pravara.
Yes, the pravara.
All the men folk in the family would actually hold their hands next to the ears, which I never understood before what they were saying. They would say that they came from this particular, they came down from whoever Muni is there. So everybody has a gotra.
Yes.
So you say, if even when we do Archana in the temple for a family, we would say that Bharadvaja Gotrodbhavasya Apastanda Sutraha. So it starts with whichever Muni you come under, and it's usual thing in India also that if you are in the same Gotra, you don't get married because you're like brother and sister.
I see.
So if you have to be married to a person who's not from your Gotra.
Okay.
So it's like my Prabhuji's Gotra is Srivatsa Gotra, and my maternal Gotra is Bharadwaja Gotra. So that is.
Are there now so your family is a particular Gotra? Is there a specific duty or like mantras that you have to remember or rituals that you have to do from that Gotra?
I think what happens is after a few years, Prabhuji, things have to start changing. I understand from my ancestor. One of my aunt actually did a detailed study about my last name. My last name is Appalakutti. Mm-hmm. So it is Appala means Krishna, Appalaya they call Krishna, and then Kuti means small. So my ancestors used to pray to Laddu Gopal. Mm-hmm. But truly speaking today, they are more towards the Shankara cult. So I think as the generations go by, they probably don't keep the same mantra, I assume, because everything changes. But their last name, if you connect it to why they were called that, then you realize that, they were actually Sri Vaishnavas before. So, it changes. So now they do have it, but it may not really be the primary one.
But there were Sri Vaishnavas that worshipped Laddu Gopal?
I have to go in more detail. I just got to know. So, they used to. Yeah.
Every Divya Desham, like Sri Vaishnava temple, they have a Laddu Gopal in front. Every there are 108 temples, Prabhuji. Out of 108, 2 is not in this planet. 106 is in this planet. Out of 106, 70 is in Tamil Nadu. So in every temple I saw there is a Laddu Gopal in front of the main Murti, a small deity, and it's predominant. Yeah.
So if you have a family like that goes back for ancestors for thousands of years, it must make you feel a little responsible that you should be a good person and not lose the family tradition and heritage, right?
I just wanted to add one thing, Prabhuji. Now also they do say that, but I don't know if all of them understand. Like in Jambudvipe, Bharatavarshe, Bharatakande, and then Dakshinayane, wherever you are, and then you do the Archana to the God, saying that I am a soul living in this particular part of the planet, in Bharatavarsha, Bharatakanda, in Jambudvipa. Even now, even if you go to Livermore Temple, they will first ask you your gotra and name, and that's the way the pujari will pray. And then tell Lord Balaji that this person, the soul, is actually at this particular point in the material manifestation in the Jambudvipa, and then represent. But I've always heard it, but after coming to Krishna consciousness, I'm understanding the process better. Because you know that why you're saying that. Why are you doing that Archana? Because Archana was always with some mantras, which first thing is I never understood so much Sanskrit. So, but the more you get to Krishna consciousness, you realize, we've been doing this before, but we didn't understand the meaning of it. But you should really thank Prabhupada that, he helps us understand what we really do in our day-to-day life.
Prabhupada, the disciples like Larley, they went to India, right, Prabhuji, in South India. In every temple you go, they ask, what is your Gotra? And they went back to Prabhupada and they're asking, tell them like Achyuta Gotra. We are all Achyuta Gotra. And also somebody told we are Prabhupada Gotra. So it doesn't matter.
The modern scientists say that there's this evolution, and somehow from single-celled animals, more and more complex life forms came into being. That's their story. But we understand that we haven't seen anybody come to being from a single-celled animal, but they have the theory. We understand that the people are descended from originally Lord Brahma, and then there are so many different Prajapatis, Lord Manu, and so forth, and there's different sages, and the people are descended from sages. And remember when the Ranganiketan, the dancers and the martial artists from Manipur came also, they were very proud that, in their ancestors they had Gandharvas. In their country the people had Gandharvas. Arjuna even married the daughter of Chitraratha, the king of the Gandharvas, and that they were the kings of that place and stuff. So people have this, people can know that they have sages and great Prajapatis and things in there.
So is it Kim Purusha means those Gandharva planets? That is the east side?
I know the Kim Purusha Varsha is mentioned in the 5th canto.
I don't know about what's Kim Purusha Varsha, but Hanuman is said to be from Kim Purushas.
Yes.
Species of Kim Purushas.
Yes. So there's prayers by the residents of Kim Purusha headed by Hanuman in the Srimad Bhagavatam. That's where there's a famous verse that Srila Prabhupada would quote all the time. Yasyasti bhaktir bhagavatya kinchana sarvair gunas tatra samasate suraha. But then he said, anyway, that those who have devotional service, those who are, pure devotees, they have all the good qualities of all the demigods. But then those who are not devotees, harav abhaktasya kato muhadgunan manoratena satadhavato bahi. What good qualities can someone have if they're not a devotee? Because they're on the chariot of the mind. So they may be able to have some polished, refined, good manners or something, but really, when push comes to shove, they can't shine forth with godly qualities because they're still not in controlling of their senses. So this was a prayer by the residents of Kimpurusha Dweep led by Hanuman, right? He stays there all the time worshipping Rama.
So these Japanese, they called as Kshatriyas. When after Kurukshetra war is done, like all are scattered all over the world. So that way they're very powerful. Like even the materially also, they're whatever they say they do, like this Japanese.
Yeah, so they had a samurai tradition, which was a warrior tradition of, and they showed those Kshatriya powers, like the qualities of Kshatriyas are described in the 18th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Tejo, Daksham, Dritir, Yudhe, Chapya, Palayanam, very honor. Military people care about honor before death, right? They have to be ready to face the battle. So Yudhe, Chapya, Palayanam, that's one of the qualities of Kshatriyas. Krishna says they don't run away from the battlefield. And Dhanam, they're very charitable. Ishvara Bhavas, they have the mood of controller. So these are qualities. So you can read about medieval Japan, the Tokugawa period of Japan, and how this, or you could watch the movies of Akira Kurosawa. He made these famous samurai movies, and they showed the qualities of those heroes.
Even the Tibetan Buddhists, they have so many tankas.
Uh-huh.
They're all Ganesh, Shiva, Kali. They
Yeah.
all look just like all the
Vedic culture was clearly very prominent all over, Southeast Asia and stuff. How it became prominent, mundane historians don't know. Did they go conquest? Was it? I mean, look, the kings of Thailand are called Rama 1 and Rama 2. And they have pictures from Ramayana, and they have plays in Indonesia from Mahabharata and Ramayana. They all... Yeah. Yeah, all the gamelan stuff, and this Vedic culture was very, very prominent throughout the whole, big part of Asia. Even in the Philippines, there are Sanskrit words in their language. They know, you talk to Filipinos, they know that. If you're studying Sanskrit, they say, oh, because they know that they have that historically.
And also they have a Goshala, Prabhu, I went to Thailand, Bangkok one time.
In Thailand you went to?
Yeah, the kings I just saw from outside. They have a Goshala inside the palace. Like in our tradition, like we have Goshala inside the house.
Yes.
And cows will walking with, not inside, maybe next to the house. So they have like that now also in the traditionally in Bangkok. Yeah.
So that shows a good culture. In American culture, they let the dogs in the house and they keep the cows outside. The dogs sleep on the bed and they lick your face and stuff like that. You go to people's houses, they're kissing the dog, and they don't know that dog was just eating stool in the yard, and the dog is licking them right in the mouth. Okay, Hare Krishna. So, Bimala Prasad was 5 months old at the time of Lord Jagannath's Rath Yatra, an annual festival attracting lakhs of pilgrims. His father's house was situated along the parade route on Grand Road. Although the procession usually finishes in a few hours, this time Lord Jagannath's cart stopped for 3 days outside the home of his dear devotee, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. During that period, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur arranged for a continuous Sankirtana. Festival for the pleasure of Lord Jagannath. Taking advantage of the auspicious opportunity, he directed his wife to bring her baby to the cart. Upon being placed at the lotus feet of Lord Jagannath, the infant reached out his tiny arms to touch the feet of the deity. Lord Jagannath immediately reciprocated by offering his own garland, which fell from his body and encircled the child. That same day, Bimala Prasad's Annaprashana, function of eating grains, for the first time, was conducted with Jagannath's Mahaprasad. Also performed was the traditional ceremony of placing the baby amid various objects, such as rice paddy, money, and scriptures, to see which one he will clasp, as indicative of his future vocational propensity. The child's spontaneous grasping of Srimad Bhagavatam further intimated his devotional inclination. From the wonderful happening on Lord Jagannath's cart, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur realized that his child was Lord Chaitanya's answer to his prayer for an empowered soul to help in this mission. He thus resolved to specially care for this son, and from the beginning trained him in pure devotional service. When Bimala Prasad was 10 months old, his mother brought him by palanquin to Ranaghat in Nadia district, Bengal, where he spent his early years. Bimala was not more than 4 years old when an incident occurred that foretold the character of this future Acharya. He took a mango before it had been offered to the family Govardhan Shila, for which Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur rebuked him. All food is to be enjoyed by the Lord. Nothing should be